Those individuals we couldn't live without. On 12/12 and every day, all of us at Service Titan say thank you to the tradespeople who power the nation. Search Service Titan Power the Nation to learn more.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is working the ones and twos, and it's a program that welcomes you to participate and be a friend of the feather by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Save that number in your phone, and why, look, now you're communicating with this show on a regular basis. Or you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. See if you can charm Chairman Kurt and find your way into the, Doug, you like this, into the queue? Where you're,
I don't know. That's iffy.
And then, of course, you can talk it over with John Scores, Racehorse 90, Professor Powder, Chairman Kurt, Nipper School Monitor, and MD 2020, and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You open up a YouTube app, you type TMA STL, and then you're watching us, seeing how cute we are, and talking with other TMA listeners. Or you can just lark. You don't have to talk.
Yeah, we are cute. There's a lot of beefcake in this studio.
Thank you for saying it.
Uh-huh.
Thank you for saying it.
Yeah. Tim,
obvious.
Tim likes to ask what the lead is. Doug, I think
What do you got?
It's obvious today. I make picks. You make money.
Did you make picks and make money last night?
Remember the pick was Oklahoma City.
Did they ship it?
We needed them to cover by 14.5. You realize less than 2 weeks ago they beat the Suns by 4 points. And I said, don't worry about that. Look at this matchup. You're good. 14.5 at home, big number. Tim, they won by 49.
Oh, my.
I think we got to. Are you interested in appearing on the spread zone? I need to be relegated.
I got DM by the Tam Avenue Capital Partners. I did. They said not to tell you. They said not to tell you. A little awkward.
Do you guys remember Grayson Allen from Duke?
Doug Grayson Allen. The fans loved him when he would go on the road.
He plays for the Suns, and last night he had a minus 41 on his plus minus.
Ooh.
How does
he kind of look like Jeremy Renner?
A little bit. That's a good call there, Martin.
Thanks, buddy.
Even worse than that, Dylan Brooks, minus 47. That's pretty tough to do.
Woo. How do you get that? Just by missing a bunch of shots, or
being on the floor while the best team in basketball?
Oh, it's like a plus minus for
exactly,
hockey.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hadn't heard basketball rated like that before.
Mm-hmm.
How much NBA do you watch, bro?
0.
No, well, then that explains it. Guys,
upset the
Gardetto's
Hawks
is the
moved.
caviar of St. Charles. That's from Doug's prison wallet.
Wow.
I mean, it's a non sequitur, but it
could
I didn't
really
see
be
it in the dossier. Brought to you by Stiefel.
It feels like it could be a jumping off point, though. Gardetto's is the caviar.
Jackson is shooketh. There's a new NBA guy on TMA, and his name is Mr. Martin. That's Brian Henson, who included in the text in parentheses, dramatic pause. I tried to execute the text for Brian Henson, who's covering Phillip Rivers in Seattle this weekend, is a 13.5 point underdog as a 44-year-old starting quarterback.
Martin's always been a big Hoop Rock fan.
Secretly.
Yeah, I've always known
But
that.
you love Marquette, not necessarily the association and the Thunder, although you made
As far
picks,
as
we
you
made
know.
money. Oh, wow.
Maybe I was groomed by Matt Weiner, and I just watch NBATV.com all day.
Jackson, speaking of Seattle, it was Seattle 2000. I believe it was the Shoot Will Fix It game. Martin Kilcoyne, Matt Weiner, and myself sitting at a restaurant. What is the name of that area where you go? It's kind of touristy there. Is it the Fisherman's Market or something
What
like
city?
that? Seattle.
Is that the Wharf?
The Wharf was San Francisco, but hell, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, Pike's
You got a
Place
fish market there.
is the
They
fish market.
They throw a lot of salmon around.
Yeah, well, we're eating down there on the Wada. And Matt Weiner, NBA television now, am I right on that?
Yeah,
It
it
used
kind
to
of
be
pops up on
KSTK.
TNT, TBS
Yeah.
stuff.
And we were dining, and he goes, I know I want fish, but I can't remember. And he said, oh, yeah, trout's terrific. Salmon sucks. I'll get trout. Doug, quarter century later, I still use that.
You don't.
Trout's
Salmon's-
terrific. Salmon sucks. Matt Weiner, NBA TV. Not my words.
Well, salmon's
not my words.
great. I love salmon.
You want to get Weiner on and yell at him?
Yes. How can you not like salmon?
I'm going to text him.
All right, get Weiner on.
I'm just going to say, do you remember saying?
You know, it
I
was
bet he regrets
25
it.
years ago. Yeah, I bet he wants that putt back. You can text in, you can call in, you can talk it over with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMA STL. What a treat. Did Lick not call in, but he was doing a victory lap, but he never called in to tell us what his victory lap was about. But usually when Licks calls in, that means Matt Holliday's going to call in, but even the threat of Licks calling in leads to Matt Holliday calling in. Matt the Bat joining us today,
Hey.
9:30
Okay, good.
on the Stiefel dossier. He will be with us on
I felt like it was a win-win because Alex didn't call in, and yet we're still getting mad.
Wow. Wow.
We like to call this holiday cheer.
God, that's so sick.
It's really nice.
His son's team
So
just
local news.
acquired some
Yes.
more firepower.
Topical. Talk about the polar bear going to Baltimore.
How about a lead story of Joe Buck going to the Hall of Fame?
That.
Friend of the show.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised he wasn't in there already. He's been the voice of every big game in baseball, it seems, for a couple of decades now.
He was nominated last year for the first time, if I'm not mistaken. Martin, can you confirm or can you deny?
we were discussing this last night, and I think he was on a list prior. He said, I expected this down the road, which is true. That building, Cooper said, feels like the older you are, the more revered you are. And it was a list of 10. I was looking at the committee that put it together, though, and it's names like Al Michaels, Bob Costas, and longtime Tom Hamilton, Cleveland, guys who are already in the Hall of Fame that did the voting and put it together. Second youngest broadcaster to go into Cooperstown. Do you know the youngest, Doug?
To go into Cooperstown. Did you say the youngest?
Wow.
The youngest. Doug, the second youngest would be Joe Buck. Thank you, Joseph.
The youngest.
Vince Scully.
I was going to say that, but I figured he went in a long time ago.
Well, he did at the age of 54. Joe's 56. So he's the second youngest. And then Joe and Jack are the only father-son duo.
Huh.
And furthermore, Doug, do you like nuggets?
Yes, I do.
There are 6 broadcasters who are in both the Pro Football Hall of Fame and the National Baseball Hall of Fame.
Al Michaels.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go with my first guess.
Yep, there you go.
Nice.
You could get these. You can get these.
Costas?
No.
Kurt Gowdy?
Yes.
I was going to go with Kurt Gowdy, too. All right, but then I'm out. Then I'm done. Now I'm done.
Now I got to find my list.
Wouldn't be
Dick
Keith
Enberg?
I said, yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not Keith Jackson. He didn't do enough baseball, probably. Did you say 6?
We'll give it to Brian. Brian, Roof Daddy!
Now I started this list, Tim, off the top of my head because I had it yesterday. I believe Lindsey Nelson.
Oh, Lindsey.
And then the last 2 are named Jack and
Brickhouse?
Joe Buck.
Oh.
Both are in there.
Okay.
How about that?
Did I see
Father,
the
son in both.
Did I see the top 10 in the voting included John Rooney and Chip?
Skip Carey was a finalist.
Oh, I thought it was Chip.
Skip Carey was a finalist.
Okay.
John Rooney, Cardinal broadcaster, also a finalist. That is correct.
Nice.
Joe was great.
It's a great honor.
Zoom. Do you have audio papers? I can probably find them. Go to fox2now.com. We posted some audio. But as people were asking questions, he's like, oh, my God, it's you. He's like, this is a murderer's row. And like Carricker called. He's like, hey, my God. He goes, this is my life. All you people that are chiming in on here.
Was it all local or was it national, too?
Some national in there, I believe.
Who would be national? Like Andrew Marchand? And I don't even know who covers this
I
stuff.
honestly...
Who's the guy who really likes to groom people in the WNBA? We used to have him on.
Richard Deitch Deitch.
He's been carrying that torch before Caitlin Clark. Very odd line to take.
I was listening, and I was kind of half listening, to be honest with you. I heard him say, murder's row. Oh, my God, all you people are on here. I don't know for sure. I know he answered a John Denton question, a Carricker question. He kind of alluded to the St. Louis people, but there were others involved. But good on him, as we like to say around here.
Yeah, tip of the cap.
What a big year. He's got Indiana rolling. Now he's going to Cooperstown. And he said, the happiest he ever saw his father was when he was inducted into Cooperstown.
Is that right?
That's what he said. It was the most pleased he ever saw his father with his career, which was in 1987 in the summer. How about that?
I was disappointed when I was in Cooperstown to see that.
So you didn't get in?
No, the Jack Buck picture was small. It's kind of in a back room. A lot of the media guys, I understand they didn't play the game, but I would like to have seen something a little bit bigger and fancier for these guys. The picture was like the size of a postcard almost. It's like, well, we can do better than that. But it's just one little nitpicky thing.
Okay.
So
Let's get them on the phone.
I just would have liked
the
liked a larger display for these broadcasters.
Oh, we're going to get the Hall of Fame on the phone.
Okay.
Joe will call this show, but only as the angry Hoosier.
He's got nothing to be angry about.
No, to complain about it.
No, I'm saying.
I know. Right now it was.
Where Jackson? They're the Rose Bowling, I guess. I would guess Indiana will play in the Rose Bowl.
I think they told them that they're going to the Rose Bowl.
They're playing in the Rose Bowl Sunset.
Incredible.
And they will play either Roll Tide or Boomer Sooner. I don't know what I would take on that one. I think I would take Roll Tide. I think Roll Tide's favored in Norman, too.
Are they?
Yeah. Indiana gets put to the test. They go from Ohio State to Alabama, just going through the gauntlet of blue bloods. You're welcome to get involved in the program, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in, call in, 314-974-0101, Collier and Thompson phone lines. And, of course, you are welcome to open up your YouTube app and type it over with the Nipper School Monitor, Kitty Bates. Kitty Bates talking to Kitty Bates. John Scores, co-founder of Fairmount Players Park. And Kitty Bates says, did you all listen to that QFTA? Doug Iggy was back yesterday.
Oh, was he really? How did he do?
It was wonderful. We talked 2 hours, Jackson?
Yep.
Topics covered.
He was propositioned for a threesome at a bar on the hill, but he wasn't attracted to the wife. This was a threesome with a husband and wife, but he wasn't attracted to the wife.
The wife
so he
was
turned
the
it down.
issue. Okay. Not the
He was
husband.
propositioned.
That's correct. And Jackson, I think, showing that even though he's not, he wasn't smart enough to go into journalism school like we were.
Right.
but he's starting to become classically trained. You asked the right. How does that happen?
Right. I was just wondering,
Great
like,
question.
It is.
like Iggy has a history of these sorts of dalliances.
Right.
How did that couple know that he was down to clown, essentially?
That he's a bull.
Like how they
He's a
pick
bull.
up how they pick up on that is what I
Did you
wondered.
say down to clown?
No,
That's what you said.
I said it there. I don't
Tim,
think I said it during
down
the,
to clown. He said no. But
I thought you were talking about in the podcast.
No, just now.
This gotcha journalism you're working over
Boy,
here.
I thought the alliance was so strong out of the gate. Now it's falling apart later in the first
Ford
segment.
C.
Steve
Frick,
Dossier
you are not.
falling apart.
Wow.
He's from
Fair.
Jeff Abrams.
Fair.
Jeff Abrams getting gotcha.
I've had this gotcha journalism in my back pocket. Down to clown. So was there an answer to how does this happen?
Jackson?
I think he just said that he wasn't interested.
But you asked the wonderful follow-up question.
Like,
how do
how
they
is he
know?
targeted?
I think that they just started talking with him, and then I think he mentioned hedonism, and that's when, the ignition was.
Oh, it's
was
nice to
turned.
meet you. And then the next thing that a gentleman would say is, I enjoy hedonism.
Yeah,
And I'm down to clown.
down to clown. And then he also, was forward saying that he no longer does any work in the bedroom anymore. And so I think that also would have been tough.
That's what he told a couple.
Well, that's what he told somebody else. He told that to someone else, and that was during the podcast. Even so far as to be like, right on the goal line and decided to, toss the ball to the side and say no, thank you.
How does the hedonism topic just come up, as Tim pointed out? Like, hey, Bill, how are you? I'm a local radio legend, but sometimes I like to go to Hino. You ever heard of Sherman Helmsley? And like, how does that? How does that?
Mr. Jefferson.
How does that come up so quickly?
And that's why Jackson's question, while again not classically trained,
Thank you.
was so astute.
Yeah.
It flew right over my head, as most things do. with
And
the
these things that
unfortunate
don't seem to
height issue.
happen to anybody ever happen to him on the regular.
I would love it if I was propositioned for a threesome. It isn't happening. It doesn't go out often.
No.
Proposition for a threesome.
Yeah.
But he had an issue with the wife, not with the.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's
which is,
also-
you know,
Yeah, I
some
feel like
people
I
like
left a lot of
something-
putts out there now that I'm thinking about it. I was like, I enjoyed the conversation with Iggy. It's 2 hours. It's on the, I guess, 2 hours. I don't know. On the TMA podcast feed, Tim McKernan Show, titled A Conversation with Ken Iggy Strode. And now that I'm hearing it, I'm going, I left some putts out there. Jackson asked the right follow-ups. Not I said the fly. But anyway, Kitty Bates says, you all listen to that QFTA. What do you think the quote-unquote big announcement is? Sounds like we're getting a shakeup after tomorrow's program. What in the hell goes on in these little TMA social media bubbles with conspiracy theories?
You think they started playing it backwards? The White Album?
Where is this coming from?
Did you
What
tease
big
something
I have
there?
no idea. I don't know. I don't know. Chairman Kurt, I feel like you're the only person diving into this stuff. What are you aware of what this is?
I don't want to speak for you. I was listening yesterday to QFTA, and during the conversation about how the pattern has been romanticizing the past, I thought perhaps you said something about in the next 48 hours. And I don't want to misquote you, but I think that's where he's pulling that from.
I don't know. We're having a conversation with people here about something that would be in addition to TMA, but there's not going to be a big shakeup. I mean, this program is on from 7 to 11, and that's just kind of the way that it is, but potentially in addition to. But as far as a shakeup goes, Doug, I'm not aware of anything, so I'd like to try to cut it off.
Okay.
Cut it off at the pass if I can when I see that in there. But I don't get on the TMA, so what the conspiracy theories are. So I need to pull them out of Chairman Kurt, who I think is really our only representative on the show who is aware of said conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Have we tended to it or have we not?
Yeah, and I don't think this was anything that surfaced in one of the bowels of where the
Doug, do you
conspiracy.
like that? The bowels?
Well, I don't know.
But I think maybe just some may have misinterpreted that comment yesterday and thought maybe that there was some big shakeup or something new and exciting coming in the next 48 hours.
Matt Holliday's on at 9:30.
Yeah,
there
what
you
about
go.
that? What about Gabe
Exciting.
tomorrow?
He's new. He's exciting.
Yeah, he is. Well, anyway.
Well, I think
Kitty Bates, you just focus more on Iggy's threesome that was, but he wasn't interested.
Well, I think
But
we're
if
going
I'm
to have a
sitting
big
at a bar
shakeup.
this weekend, please proposition me.
The people have to be plastered to get around to even having that conversation, don't they?
Is there
That's
a
my
picture of
stance.
Iggy changing Leona Helmsley's pull-ups?
Oh,
She was kind of
gosh.
Do you think you're going to hear that today, Martin?
Oh,
what, Leona Helmsley?
Yeah.
she was wearing
Yeah,
pull-ups.
she's in the Sherman Helmsley wheelhouse. Spin the dial, and you will get a reference. And then Stevie Nicks' rear end, I think, is a reference at some point.
Oh, Iggy had a little relationship with Leona Helmsley.
Yeah, she was kind of mean, but gave me a watch. Like, now, somebody texted in and said, you're missing the point. He lies. Like, we're breaking down.
And my
this
belief is the
story.
man doesn't lie, actually. I really don't think
occasionally.
I think on the stories. I think on the stories. I think the stories are true. But hell, maybe I'm on being bluffed. Let's see. I was propositioned once when I was delivering pizzas in college. That's from the 618.
Call in.
Yeah. Share the story.
Really? You knock on a door, say, here's your pizza, and immediately they say, hey, you want to jump in the sack?
I would love
That's
to hear
how
the
it
story,
happens?
618. Call in. Chairman Kurt will get you on quick, fast, in a hurry. 314-974-0101. That's how you can get involved in the program. Matt Holliday will be calling in coming up at 9:30 on your Stiefel dossier, and you can compete for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is coming your way at approximately 10:45. I got this text yesterday from Cletus, a longtime TMA listener, and he said, I'll try to make this quick. Design Air has hooked me up more than a few times over the years. Normandy Clubhouse, my house, my shop. But what happened today blows my mind. Our shop heater was acting up. A worker called the office, told them what was going on, and asked for a service call, the Design Air office. The office manager said, sounds kind of like you need to change the filters. Shows here in our notes you have 2 filters, and if they're clogged up, that could be a problem. Sure enough, she is toasty. So as much as I was looking forward to harassing a Design Air serviceman, that was what he was
That's
looking
the brand.
it got taken care of. The $10 filters made the pain a little less painful. They are unreal at Design Air. Now I'm off to golf, which
What?
it was a little cold yesterday. The hawk, I know, was up, but you got to get your work in, I
Played
guess.
golf yesterday.
37 degrees out yesterday.
With an aggressive hawk out of the northeast. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, taking care of people and not even collecting a dollar. That's what they do. DesignAirService.com, taking care of TMA lists for a decade. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. They are online at DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne taking your calls. Chairman Kurt is the gentleman with the pizza delivery story on the line. Pitch out, nobody going?
Nope.
No.
They tell the stories, but then when we ask to call in...
They make the stories up, Tim.
What?
They make them up.
Say it ain't so. Well, we'll be waiting for that call. 314-974-0101. The program's called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on one YouTube channel.
Come on, boys, keep your head on a swivel. Heading for the top, not the middle. People might think I'm crazy, but if we just get hot, we can win this, baby.
All right, Doug, you ready for the Predators game?
I think I am.
Okay.
Do I have to do anything necessarily to get ready?
Jackson's going to get you ready. Blues and
Okay.
Predators pregame on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Puck drop, 7 p.m.
Okay, I feel more ready now than I was just a few moments ago.
Yeah, now you're ready.
Now that you know the start time,
Yeah.
it'll really get you ready.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and also on the YouTube channel. I'm trying to chat and answer questions, but then when I show up to answer questions,
Yeah.
there aren't questions.
Oh, no.
So maybe I'll try again coming up in the next commercial break. Yeah, you can go in there, youtube.com/TMASTL. That is how you can participate in the conversation and talk it over with other TMA listeners. You can also text in 314-399-9646, and you can call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox. The story that came out of absolutely nowhere last evening, Michigan has fired head coach Sherrone Moore, and he is in police custody after his dismissal. Sherrone Moore, who was fired by Michigan yesterday evening for having a quote-unquote inappropriate relationship with a staff member, was later detained by police and was being held in the Washtenaw County Jail as of late Wednesday night. Earlier Wednesday, police were called to the listed address of a female Michigan football staffer at 4:10 p.m., according to police dispatch. Police also sent officers to the address of former Coach Moore. He was detained a few miles outside of Ann Arbor as part of an alleged assault investigation, according to the Pittsfield Township Police Department. No charges have been formally filed, and the investigation is ongoing. Police information, quote, following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. Athletic Director Ward Manuel said in a statement, this conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and UM maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. So, for the time being, Associate Head Coach Biff Poggi will be Michigan's interim head coach for the Citrus Bowl game against Texas that's taking place on New Year's Eve. A source briefed on the decision said the school received an anonymous tip regarding the inappropriate relationship, prompting the investigation. The investigation initially did not produce evidence of the relationship, the source said, but additional evidence came to light in the last 24 hours that led to Moore's dismissal. According to a Michigan team source, most of Michigan's staff learned of the coach's firing when Ward Manuel, the AD, who was the head of the College Football Playoff Committee last year, informed the team during a meeting. Moore was in the building Wednesday, but he was not at that team meeting, according to the source. Moore's firing came with little warning. Moore was in the process of assembling his staff for next season. 2 days before his dismissal, Moore met with reporters to discuss Michigan's 2026 signing class and bowl matchup against Texas. Moore's firing brought an abrupt end to a 2-year tenure marked by highs and lows. He took over for Jim Harbaugh on the heels of Michigan's 2023 national championship, with the program scrambling to maintain its footing against Harbaugh after Harbaugh departed for the NFL. So there, of course, is a lot going on with this story that is speculative and alleged, and in our position, we have to stick to what is affirmed and not go into what I would imagine those who have been following the story are aware of on social media. But to date, that, at least in what we looked up, the four of us this morning, did not see by a reputable source. So that is where things stand in Michigan this morning.
Talk about chaos in the coaching world. That was one job that wasn't open, that now is open. And immediately on ESPN.com, it says, candidates, Kalen DeBoer. I'd like to be an Alabama fan. The guy's mentioned for the Penn State job repeatedly. Oh, now he'd be a good fit at Michigan. He's the head coach at Alabama.
Playing a playoff game in a week.
I think he's in a pretty good spot.
And I think Drinkwitz will get a raise out of this, probably.
think the board of curators will be meeting later today?
Well, so I went to, they have a variety of papers in the area covering this, as you can imagine. By that, I mean in Michigan. And M Live owns a variety of media properties. There's the Detroit Free Press. So I go to Michigan Live, that's what M Live stands for, this morning, read about it to try to get, again, a reputable source giving detail on this and not just social media. And they already have their 8 candidates to replace Sherrone Moore at Michigan. And the number one candidate, Martin, is Kalen DeBoer. If you're Michigan, you make DeBoer tell you no. The 51-year-old has won everywhere. He has gone from the NAIA level to Fresno State to Washington, where he coached against the Wolverines in the 2023 National Championship. And now he's at Alabama, where they're following the footsteps of legend Nick Saban. DeBoer went 9-4 in his first season in Tuscaloosa and followed it up with a 10-3 season this year, reaching the SEC title game and the college football playoff. But die-hard fans of the Crimson Tide are mixed on DeBoer, whose teams have been leaky defensively and known to play down to competition. A first-round loss in the college football playoff could ratchet up the heat, pushing DeBoer to look for an off-ramp at Alabama.com. His buyout is only $4 million. Next on the list is Washington coach Jedd Fisch. He did coach in Ann Arbor in 2015 and 2016 as the Wolverines quarterbacks coach and passing game coordinator under Jim Harbaugh.
Did you say dead fish? Jedd Fisch.
Correct.
Okay.
Jesse Minter, who is currently the Chargers defensive coordinator, and he worked in Ann Arbor and is 42 years old, currently working with Jim Harbaugh. Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State, and then Martin, Missouri head coach.
There it is.
Heaven's sake.
Eli Drinkwitz. The 42-year-old coach has won everywhere he's been, posting a 12-win season at Appalachian State in 2019 to building Missouri into a Big 12 power and formidable SEC contender. Drinkwitz has experience winning with less. Now imagine the Michigan money machine behind him. He's not exactly a cultural fit. Born in Oklahoma, attended school in Arkansas, coaches in Missouri, but he has extensive experience coaching the offensive side. That is from Michigan Live and Live.com.
He's got the best darn PR campaign of any coach out there.
He's won everywhere.
They call him a Southeastern Conference contender? They just went 4-4 in the league. They finished, 8th? 9th?
2023, you can consider them a contender. If there was a 12-team playoff that year, he would have made it. Just for purpose.
Okay. All right. I'm sure we'll get a raise somehow out of this.
Starting to think the people that make the list, Tim, don't really have sources in the building
Bo!
that are actually considering certain candidates, but it looks good on paper.
You got to come up with something.
These people have the writing skills of a CBC grad. That's from Jugs in D.C. Martin, what is going on with the attacks?
You know what? Jealousy will get you nowhere in life.
Jugs in D.C. Covering that, Eli will be touching down in Ann Arbor this morning. That's from Tim's travel agent. And I guess my travel agent is plugged in. Now, for the record, I texted the Colonel, and he did not think that there was going to be anything to this.
God, I think if you're a legit candidate, it is Michigan. But boy, I wonder for a minute if you want to just steer clear. They've had some recent issues up there. Boy, the Harbaugh National Championship, which was an unbelievable run 2 years ago, now hasn't. It's sort of taken away from the championship. But since then, things have sort of fallen off for Michigan. They had the Connor Stallions scandal. They've had some, I think even Sherrone Moore had to serve. Didn't he serve a suspension this year?
Yeah, Biff Poggi was coaching then. Biff pops up every now and again for Michigan.
What a great coaching name.
Biff Poggi.
Sounds made up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The best thing ever would be DeBoer to Michigan and then Kiffin going to Alabama. That's from the 817. Doug, what if Lane Kiffin left Baton Rouge?
That would be nice. Oh, the governor would be really upset.
Are you concerned that Eli Drinkwitz will be going to Ann Arbor?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Boy, Biff Poggi, he just looks like a football coach.
Yes, he does.
He's kind of got the Sam Pittman build-ish.
You think Moore will ever coach again, or has he completely torpedoed his career with this?
I think we need to know a little more officially, but I would say it's not looking good. In the words of Chris Pronger, playoff exit 2000, hey, your chances to win the Cup not looking too good right now. So I would say Sherrone Moore's future doesn't look great.
Guys, how about Brian Kelly? He could readopt a more northern accent. That's from Colorado.
Oh, that's possible.
At this point in the cycle, guys like Brian Kelly are going to be at the top of that laundry heap.
Yeah, he's certainly out there.
No, I wouldn't do it, but he'd be out there.
Yeah.
I try to find like a lesser name,
Maybe they could coax
Darcy
Gary.
Minter?
no baggage, no baggage going. Let's learn about this person in their opening press conference.
There does seem to be a lot of coaches with some baggage.
Yeah. Well, I think because normally got fired or they took a new job. It's like rare that like a guy's like, all right, I've had 25 great seasons. See everybody.
Alan Dadeville. I'd be curious where Al gets this, but we know Al. And he's texting in that DeBoer interest is real. He wanted the Michigan job last year, but he had just accepted the Bama job. This is about to be a nightmare scenario. That's Alan Dadeville. How about that?
Well, let's play out the hand. Let's say that Alabama loses to Oklahoma. Maybe they have
which is, to me, a legitimate. I don't have a whole lot of respect for Oklahoma, and I'm not saying that like as a shot. None of this is personal, but I know some Missouri fans have kind of an Oklahoma thing, not near as much as Kansas. I mean, they are so fortunate. They had a lot of near-death experiences.
Yeah.
But you know what? Anytime I feel like I've called before a playoff that a team has zero chance, that team somehow winds up winning the championship. They could absolutely beat Alabama.
Sure.
Especially the most recent versions we've seen. It wasn't just against Georgia in the SEC championship. It was Auburn the week before, and the game before that was when they lost at home to Oklahoma. So, of course, Oklahoma can beat them. And if I'm not mistaken, the week before that, they nearly lost in Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah.
They might have played one of those randos in there, but as far as the SEC schedule goes...
Yeah, they played Eastern Illinois.
They've been... And I don't know what the status is for Jam Miller, who's their running back. That's a key loss in there. LT Overton wasn't playing. He dominated Missouri, wasn't playing against Georgia. So I don't know what their health is going to be. And maybe Oklahoma can get it right and Mateer will be healthy. Playing that out, Alabama's small favorite right now. If they were to lose and Michigan doesn't hire anybody between now and next Friday night when those two teams play, then you get into the conversation of would Kalen DeBoer actually leave? And as Michigan Live reports, the buyout is only $4 million. And then, if he were to actually leave, that then opens up the equivalent to the New York Yankees managerial job. And
Lane Train.
Well, I don't know about Lane Train.
More raises for Drinkwitz.
But think about it.
That's where Doug always goes.
What if LSU had to extend him before, 2 weeks into his contract, they had to extend Lane Kiffin because Alabama was interested. But, like, if Alabama goes out and loses to Oklahoma in a similar fashion to the way they lose to Georgia, so back-to-back weeks on the national spotlight, you look terrible, Alabama fans are going to be furious. And maybe this would be just like a clean break.
Hey, Alan Dadeville, you're full of BS.
Oh.
You just make this crap up so your texts get read. Yeah. Go jump in the reservoir.
Hey.
That's from the 636, and Alan Dadeville now has a...
You got nicked a little
What
bit.
reservoir?
That's a good question.
River to Pear.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty big one at Stacey Park, I'm pretty sure. Down the road here.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that.
No, you could pick your own reservoir. I wonder if they could coax Urban Meyer out of retirement.
Urban Meyer to
Heel turn.
Michigan?
Michigan.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
That's what Brandon Walker of Barstool was just suggesting all Ohio State guys. He's like, first you call Ryan Day, then you call Urban Meyer, then Tressel. Is Woody Hayes still there?
Mm-hmm. Woody Hayes. Wow. He's been dead for 50 years.
Has he?
Well, not 50, but...
He was thumb thrusting guys 50 years ago.
He intercepted one of my quarterback's passes. You are going to get a thumb to your throat.
He died in 1987.
Angry. Does it say that?
Yeah.
He died angry.
Yeah. Died mad.
That was the Dan Dierdorf story. He was in like a high school all-star game and then coached by Woody Hayes, didn't get recruited by him, played against him. Dan's an Ohio guy playing for Michigan. And he said after the game, Woody Hayes said, "How did you not end up at Ohio State?" And Dan said, well, simple. You didn't recruit me.
Speaking as a Michigan fan this morning, dear God, no Brian Kelly. Just give it to Biff. Doug, not our caller Biff, but Biff Poggi, the interim coach.
Sure.
I kind of feel like they might do that. Just lay low for a year.
Because the coaching cycle and then have the interim coach.
Because right now, unless you could steal a DeBoer type, bigger name, the cycle's kind of played out.
Right.
You might want to just lay low and get things in order.
Biff has only been a college head coach one time, Doug. He was with the Charlotte 49ers team from 2022 through 2024. He's a legendary high school coach. So
I think it makes sense hiring from within. If you have a coordinator that you really like, give that guy a chance instead of somebody that you got to pay $10 million a year to, comes in like a king and maybe doesn't know everybody like a well-trusted coordinator would. I'd go that route.
I don't mind the Jed Fish idea. Been on the staff. Go from one. I don't know if Michigan fans would be stoked about it. You've dropped off considerably from Jim Harbaugh, even Sherrone Moore versus Harbaugh. It's like,
Sherrone Moore was the OC.
Right, but I'm saying as a fan base, like, we used to have Harbaugh, and then now you're going to drop again.
Mario Cristobal's biggest hater texting in saying they can have Mario Cristobal.
They're in the playoff.
Gosh.
They're about to go on a run to the national championship.
Yeah, you got vested interest.
You better believe it, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
we go in Sizzler if the Hurricanes win it.
Yeah, definitely going Sizzler.
Yeah.
I would think Gary Kornfeld could be up for it, but
Gary Kornfeld.
He doesn't know ball if he cut you.
Thank you for saying it.
He admits it.
Thank you.
Pat Fitzgerald just took the Michigan State job.
State. At Orcheron in Ann Arbor.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great.
So out in Oklahoma, do they have some good fries out there, girl?
Oklahoma, I think they've got decent fries.
Ask Matt the Bat at 9:30. Do you have good fries?
It's funny how all these texters are Michigan fans and Michigan expert all of a sudden. I can smell the BS from my speakers. That's from the Prince of Glendale.
Oh, gosh.
How many Michigan grads, Doug, do you think are listening to this program?
Michigan grads, probably big school, not that far away.
Dodom's wife, Michigan Law.
Yeah, probably 15 or 20.
I could see it.
If you're a Michigan alum, text in. What year, what was your interest of study?
Guys, what about Deion Sanders? That's from Tim's Offshore Bookie.
I think his stock has
he'd
dropped
wanna go
a
there,
decent amount. I think one really good year at Colorado, and he'll be at the top of a lot of lists. But until then, I don't think so.
The STL Gator, who has been commenting on the comings and goings and comings in Gainesville, says Mario isn't exactly tearing it up at Miami. He had to backdoor his way into the playoffs. That's from the STL
But he's
Gator.
in.
I would love to backdoor into the playoffs. Yeah, that would be.
You like to backdoor just in general.
This is
See what I did there?
Left side of the infield today. I'm not looking at you guys.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
After your
You're
nonsense
just going to
earlier.
gaze into my eyes?
Yeah, it's you and me today, Tim.
Maybe
Back to balloon party.
Wow, maybe there is a big announcement coming up on this show.
The shake of balloon party.
Left
Four
side of the
hours.
infield just got tarped.
Hit the bricks.
Alan Dadeville is now giving his sources. Doug, N-A-K-O-S. How would you pronounce that?
N-A-K-O-S. Nokos?
Nakos?
N-A,
I think-
Nakos.
is that Pete?
Nakos? Someone's naked?
Clip that off.
Nakos?
Some of Doug's comments are like that Facebook texter.
Nakos reported the DeBoer interest in the past, and so did Michigan's On 3 reporter. But sure, I made that up. That 636 texter would know this if he had paid for paywall content, but the area code told us he does not.
Okay, don't
That's
get
from
snippy.
Alan Dadeville, and now he is at war with the 636. And Jackson just threw up gang signs into the YouTube.
Called him broke. Get your money up, not your funny up.
Doug, this guy's having a big show. It's a monster 7 o'clock.
Got some street cred.
Did you take your rhyming medicine today? Because
Yeah,
earlier was
right.
down to
Spitting
clown,
balls.
and then you had whatever that
Pete
was.
Nakos does the, he's an On 3 national reporter. I've seen, you'll often see like him credited on job interest or hirings or transfer news.
I've seen a few people on the text line suggests Tom Brady. I don't think he'd want anything to do with that kind of a job.
No, but he'll opine on it.
He's going to own the Raiders. He's going to be on national TV and coach Michigan.
Does he still have his newsletter, the Tom Brady newsletter, where he just tells
Calls
stories
out
about his
like
greatness?
European soccer players for their lack of fitness.
Yeah. I got to get that Tom Brady newsletter back up.
Hey, Al, I'm in the 636, and I pay for paywall material. That's from Chunk and the Chuck. And he didn't like the attack on the 636.
Now we're flexing about who does paywall.
Yeah, about their message board.
Well, that reminds me. I pay for The Athletic.
Sure.
And they're telling me I don't pay for it.
Really?
And I can't. I was going to ask Jeremy Rutherford while I was in here. Like, this is like me, somebody texting me, the podcast is down.
Yeah, right. Love it.
But I'm like, I don't know how to reach customer service there. JR will put me in touch.
That's interesting.
I do pay for The Athletic.
Yeah. One of my favorite subscriptions.
Oh, is that right?
Sure.
Mount Rushmore of your subscriptions.
Ooh, Power Mizzou.
Yeah, I like that Power Mizzou.
The Athletic. My guy Bear Down, where I get my plays.
Oh.
Tout season.
Why don't you just listen here?
Yeah, exactly.
Chump.
Martin's a sharp.
And then Iggy Uncut, Iggy's Patreon.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, big four.
What do you get for that?
Oh, Doug. that was
Content.
an
No, it's a fair question.
Fun stories?
Podcasts or exclusive content.
Exclusive. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be outside smoking. Oh, wow. Live stream?
Yeah. Big four.
That's it. I feel like you opened that door and then, oh, God, I got to explain this now. Iggy's Patreon and, oh, yeah, the Bear Down guy.
Al, Licks has a 636 area code. He's a poor too. Welcome to my alliance. The Warson Woods Wacko has just brought in Alan Dadeville to his alliance. Mr. Licks was not even involved, but now Alan Dadeville is part of the Warson Woods Wacko's alliance. He was just acquired. Wow. I'm a Michigan alum, class of 93. I'm embarrassed. It's a separate. I'm embarrassed. And when Tanner says, "Are you kidding?" Okay, I don't know what the hell. There's all kinds of
rails.
it was under. I have to say, if you want to get your text read, start off like it's credible, and then take out your personal attacks. It's like you want to attack us, we're here. You want to attack on somebody else's show, text in to go after Tanner at 11 o'clock. But we're not going to do that. Doug, Iggy is not cut. He has foreskin. That's
Why do I need to know that?
He's just explaining the name.
But why is that information for me?
Iggy related, this was earlier from Shooter McGavin. He said Iggy had a whole story about going over to the Kachucks to pick up an item for a donation. His boys were playing street hockey and Iggy scored on them. Later, he had forgotten that he had said it, and he admitted the whole thing was made up. That's from Shooter McGavin earlier when discussing one Ken Iggy Strode.
I like not having an alliance. I need to make sure the guy is hot before going down that road. That's from the Crestwood Coyote, who sounds like he's open to being in an alliance, but he wants to make sure the guy is hot before he joins him in an alliance. Yeah, listeners are joining alliances here on the program. Oh, wow. Since your mobile phone has a 314 area code, that means you bought it in Lime. Congrats, Warson Woods Wacko, you Hoosier. And that's from a 636 area code. And all of a sudden now, it's Alan Dadeville and the Warson Woods Wacko against an entire area code of 636 numbers.
Give me your fucking feet.
Why are they so angry about it? Is that any way to win somebody over? To berate them?
I am telling you. You are welcome to participate in the conversation with 215 TMA listeners. I'm going into the YouTube chat again in a commercial break, trying to answer whatever questions I can. Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, and then you can subscribe to it. Doug, now 6,320 subscribers to the TMA STL YouTube channel, and you can watch the program, and you don't have to talk it over with other TMA listeners, but they are in there, and many of them participate in a conversation about the show throughout the show, and I would say about 25% of the people actually like the show.
Yeah,
so you can go in
not
there
many that do.
And you can talk it over. We've got a deep tease here. There is an interested team in Wilson Contreras, and it would be a team that would be considered a legitimate competitor in 2026. We'll tell you who coming up. It is the Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
1879 Distilling is in the barn right out back at the Village Bar. So all those times you stop by to meet friends, to watch the game, to get a cheeseburger, have a cold beer, you've walked right by the barn, and that is the home to 1879 Distilling. The word's getting out about these premium small batch brands of liquor like Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. It's unbelievable the impact they're having. When people taste it, they say, wow, that's really good. Where is it made? Right out back. And now, in December on Saturdays, you can experience the tasting room for 1879. It's connected to Village Bar. It's right there on the east end of the building. Really a cool spot. A little speakeasy. It also serves as a gift shop for the Village Bar in 1879. Stop by for the tasting, get a little tour of the distillery, find out what all through the month of December. Go to the website, 1879distilling.com. Read more about the history and the award-winning brands being made right out back at the Village Bar. Always a good idea to swing by there, meet friends for lunch, dinner, just hanging out. But this Saturday, make sure you can stop by between noon and 5 for a little tasting at the 1879 Tasting Room. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Nashville Predators in Nashville. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug enjoys Steven Tyler.
Okay, I'll do
Is
that.
it your birthday?
Today is going to be an ode to the year 1975.
Why is that?
50 years.
50
We
yards.
should have done that maybe
50
like
yards, Russ.
January 1st of 2025.
Well, can't turn back time, can
No,
we?
you can't really.
That's Cher, isn't it?
Can't turn back time.
Yeah.
You like Cher?
It's fine. She was married to Sonny Bono. And then he became the mayor, Doug? Or was he a
Yeah.
congressman as well? First the mayor.
Right, and then he died in a skiing
Carmel.
accident.
Yeah. But it's an homage to 1975, which is 50 years ago, Doug. And today is December
see.
11th.
Okay.
We just stumbled into the
It's
50th.
high time, don't you think?
Hey, you turned on the left side of the infield, so I think we got to
right.
double down on this,
We
Doug.
only had like 2 weeks left to go, so we got to get it in now.
All right. Got to honor this thing while it's still around.
I see.
1975. Frampton Comes Alive would have been in 1976, I want to say.
What were you up to in 75, Martin?
Second grade, maybe.
Okay.
A lot of like parents listening to Chicago. Maybe Fleetwood Mac. Hadn't put out Rumors yet.
Doug, you
Maybe
just
some Cat
John
Stevens.
Denver was big.
Yeah.
you just finished your 10th year at KMOV?
Yeah. I started there in 65.
Right.
I'm Doug Vaughn. I'm live with Jim Hart over here at the football facility. 1975.
How about a quote? Pig Slinger?
Were you in college in 75?
It just started, yeah.
Fight Tigers?
I was been at Merrimack at that time.
Humble brag. This guy.
You're welcome to get involved. Our listeners are arguing over the 636 area code this morning on the Morning After. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you have the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, which I was participating in during the commercial break. 216 friends are in there talking it over right now. To subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel, call in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt, for whatever reason, my iMessage is delayed when you text me, so I'm holding up my phone. If there's somebody on there, I will be able to see it.
And I'll make sure I send it to the 101 ESPN.
Oh, the text inbox.
Text
But even
inbox.
then, if I'm not looking at it, so anyway. But maybe like a Doug
me a
watches,
wave?
like a gentle wave.
Oh, I see.
And until I
Yeah.
see you, and then when I do it, watch what I'm going to do.
Don't do that. Oh.
Can I see
Watch
that
it.
again?
No, don't.
Watch this. Watch. I have a little tongue.
No. Oh, like a little lizard tongue.
No, hummingbird.
Oh.
It's always with a hummingbird.
Thank you.
So Kurt is about 11 feet away from Tim. And
You
it's,
think so?
It's
take
too
the
far, whatever it is.
I agree with that.
You think it's further
What's wrong
than
with
11?
that, Doug?
I always think in terms of basketball
Yes,
hoops.
I was going to say, if lay down a basketball hoop,
Yeah,
that'd be 10
I'd say
feet.
15. That's a free throw.
No, I don't think it's 15.
All right. But
You
my
gotta take
point
measures.
is,
About 12.
my point is, here we are in 2025.
Right.
We're mere feet away from each other, and we cannot communicate. We send text messages that don't arrive.
So you recall back in the 2004 when we started the show, there was an old
board.
school
Yeah.
board with I think it was a desktop computer, and it would tell us who was on hold. And
think
we had
that's
all the
is
greats:
that not-
Mike Lee, Timberfake, Rudy. I mean, heavy hitters. All right? But now, because this station, up until we got here, take live calls to do the mic drops, there's no need for a call board.
Oh, I
there you
didn't
go.
think of that.
See what I'm saying?
That's why.
See what I'm saying?
Because in the old days, papers are not classically trained. You would
Right.
look up, and it would say Thurman, and then it would say subject, wants to talk NBA.
But how much doesn't it speak to the current times that we have so much technology and we can be so connected and so close yet not be able to communicate with
That's
each
what
other?
I'm saying.
Wow, Doug, how about that? It's like I just enjoyed some peyote with that comment.
Right.
Very existential.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. How is it possible?
Right.
Because you like to look up at the board, and it says, caller Billy wants to know if the Falcons will win on Sunday.
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
oh, let's get
I'd
right
love
to it.
talk about it.
Pestis, still on hold. Things like that should be right visibly in front of you.
If you have a 636 area code, there is a 78% chance your wife sells Mary Kay products.
I don't know
That's
what
from,
that.
Where's that data pulled from?
I don't know that it's true. 636 starts right at the 270 break. Is that where it starts?
So this is an outside of 270 versus inside of 270
I think
war?
so. I think
And
it
this
is.
all started because Alan Dadeville had a Kalen DeBoer source in Ann Arbor?
Yeah, that's right.
God, it's amazing what starts wars.
Yeah, I don't think it's a war that the inside would win.
Really?
I just think less people, and a lot of.
You're talking about actual physical.
Well,
Might
Like
be
a
more
game of-
operating capital for ammunition.
sure.
You're talking about a game of risk.
Well,
Like
if we're
my
taking,
troops versus your troops.
if it's top 100 in each faction, then maybe. But if just volume, I think we're in trouble.
Chairman Kirk just did the tongue thing, Doug, and it was great.
Hey, now he's doing it?
Let's see
Stop
it.
doing that. It's like
I know.
lizards are
Okay,
getting-
I'm read the. I know we're in legit sports talk, but there may be tales of lesbianism with Lulu on hold. She was calling about indecent proposals. Said her wife and her were propositioned. It's a lesbian couple.
I mean, it was definitely a woman, and she said my wife, so I just was kind of filling in some blanks there.
I mean, I would break into programming with that. So I missed that one.
Lulu, callback.
Yep. The guy who was texting earlier about being propositioned just called in to tell me he can't do it now, but he's going to call back.
Is that Iggy?
We'll bump Holiday.
Matt, can you do 10 o'clock? A pizza delivery driver who is propositioned for a threesomes on.
We were going back and forth, and he said, sure, anything for you guys. And I heard it in a sarcastic tone.
Yeah,
So
I think that's a good read.
even though it was just a straightforward comment, I heard him saying it sarcastically. Somebody pointed out the Falcons are playing tonight. That's fun.
Yeah.
I wasn't really worried about it, but
Yeah, Buccaneers,
your
Falcons,
calls.
little NFC South showdown tonight. Blues and Predators as the team continues to lose players, Doug.
they brought back Robbie
Day by day.
Fabry.
Yeah.
Finally, they added a player I've heard of because the rest I feel they're making up. It was Matt Luff was added, then Hugh McKean. These sound like Simpsons characters just being thrown around by Army. At least Robbie Fabry is a familiar name. Former Cup champion, Doug. He's back with the squad.
Yeah, he's still only 29.
He was playing with the Charlotte Checkers.
Yeah. When I heard they signed him, I thought, boy, he must be mid-30s by now. He's
Isn't
not.
that
He should be
crazy?
right in his prime.
29.
He never really developed like they thought that he might.
I deep teased this regarding the Cardinals and the winter meetings. John Denton of MLB.com and Cardinal reporter reporting this morning a Cardinal club in the beginning stages of a full-on rebuild. Left Orlando on Wednesday without a trade being made. Boy, I lost money on that. But it certainly wasn't because of lack of trying, with the Cardinals already fielding several calls about Brendan Donovan and Jojo Romero. They were queried by the Mets with interest in Contreras, per a source, after first baseman Pete Alonso left for the Orioles in free agency. So there is interest from the Mets in replacing Alonso with Contreras. And I would think that that would be of interest to Wilson Contreras. Now, the Mets finished 2025 83-79, but they were sitting there in May with the best record in the game and then just had a monster collapse. Now Edwin Diaz goes to the Dodgers. Alonso goes to the Orioles. And my guess is Steve Cohen isn't operating on the premise, oh, we'll go get him in 2027. I would imagine he is going to do everything he can to try to put a team out there that is going to compete. And if you're talking about somebody who may overpay in an emotional reaction to things going the other direction for his franchise, I think that would be your perfect candidate. Doug, was it Val Kilmer who said, I'll be your Huckleberry?
I don't know who
Doc
said
Holliday.
that.
Doug Kyle Jackson confirms it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Mets didn't try to keep Alonso and outbid the Orioles.
But then they almost lost him last year, right? It was a last-minute one-year deal, so they may have been a little bit sideways, those factions. I can see Contreras saying, sure, why not? And if you're the Mets and you really want him and you know you got to swim, have like Soto call him or something and say, hey, we could win.
Mets need a splash. They need a splash back in the newspapers.
Contreras is not a big splash compared to the
Champion.
Alonso, but yeah, you got to do something.
Household name if you're a pretty real baseball fan.
He's not near the hitter Alonso is, though.
Certainly not. You're not going to be replacing that. I mean, there's
No.
very few players in baseball who can replace that kind of power.
And the Mets have got all the money in the world, so they may. I don't really know who else is out there available on the free agent market, but they might want to shoot bigger for Contreras.
I
But
guess they
it'd be
took
great for the Cardinals if they were.
They took a run at Schwarber as well. So the Mets losing players, losing a little of that juice. Maybe people have observed what goes on there and like, I don't know, just throwing money around, they're not really winning. But I could see Contreras saying yes.
You could see him going there?
I think so.
I mean, there's a need.
That'd be great
He won't
to-
be riding pine.
Right.
He can play and have a legitimate chance for an operation that is in the short term going to try to compete, whether or not they will. But, you know, they're going to try to. I don't know. But again, you don't know what everybody's individual situation is. I mean, if he played in Chicago, I would imagine he wouldn't hate New York. But hell, I don't know.
I think he likes the spotlight a little bit. Like, he's fun to do. I would miss him because he's great to talk to. I could see him enjoying that New York media energy and saying stuff. And when he gets fired up, it getting more attention than, let's say, Seattle wanted him or even the Rangers or whoever. Just make up a team. I think he would be a little more interested in the big spotlight, which New York would bring. That's just my guess. If the Mets are truly interested.
You would certainly think a guy at that point in his career would want to play on a team with a chance to be a contender.
The Mets already have a catcher, idiots. Some of the 3-1-4.
Good thing he doesn't catch.
He's a catcher who can't. He's a catcher who can't.
He's a catcher who can't. Like that. If you have a 636 area code, there is a 100% chance that you call soda sody and you don't know that people can see your liked tweets. That's from the Dogtown Astrovan. Where are people getting this data? Is that a Gallup poll?
Must be AI probably provides it for them. They wouldn't just make it up.
Right. Thank
for
you.
whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
So people with 636 area codes call soda sody?
Some people call it pop.
But that's like a upper Midwest thing. Chuckles Marlowe, pop.
Yeah,
It's not really a St. Louis thing.
sure. But like if someone calls it soda pop, that feels pretty.
Folksy.
Certainly.
It feels like it would be in your Hardy Boys book that you're reading out back. Ooh, Chet went into town and got a soda pop. And then hopped back in the jalopy to solve a crime.
Tim, I didn't know there's controversy over what Doc Holliday said. Some think he said, "I'll be your huckleberry." Others think said, "I'll be your hucklebearer." Did you know that was a controversy?
What?
I yield the movie boy here.
I've always thought, I'll be your huckleberry. That's like the famous line.
The Big Show says it's, "I'll be your hucklebearer." But then Nathan from DeVille said, Tim said it right. It's I'm your huckleberry, not hucklebearer, like some Kansans like to think. They don't have much of a brain, though, so it's explainable. And now Kansas is under attack.
Yeah.
Val Kilmer confirmed in his memoir that it was Huckleberry, not Hucklebearer.
That's all I need.
I didn't even know this was a thing until a minute
Thank you,
ago,
Chairman.
looking at the text inbox. And look at Jackson. Now he's fired up.
Dynamite drop in there, Monty. I mean, that was, that's all I care about. If Val Kilmer says Huckleberry, that's like the Mandela effect thing, though. Like in Jaws, it's not, you're going to need a bigger boat. Or,
I don't know what's going on.
In Jaws, everyone says, like, we're going to need a bigger boat. That's the famous line. Wrong. It's, you're going to need a bigger boat. It's Mandela
I didn't know that was such a
That's like a
debated
thing.
topic.
Sure. Luke, I am your father. That's not what he said.
Calm
He
down.
says, no, I'm
is
not your
Kurt on the left side of the infield, or is he in left field, and therefore he's excluded from the ban of the left side of the infield?
He's in the Wrigley Field old bullpen where he's down the sideline.
He's on the side,
And we're
okay.
praying that a foul ball doesn't take his head off.
I think I read that Roy Scheider ad-libbed that line.
Really?
You're going to need a bigger boat. Yeah.
I really like Roy Scheider.
Then it too.
All that
Get him as a
jazz?
surprise guest.
I believe the
think-
gentleman has passed.
Now somebody from his estate.
I'm going to say 10
smoked.
years ago, maybe.
Ooh, I'll take the over on that.
Over? You said?
Yeah.
2008.
Nice, Jackson. You're having a monster show.
It's a big day for me.
Well,
It's a really
Jaws
big
was
day.
made almost 50 years ago. wasn't it?
Exactly 50 years ago.
Oh, well, it's part of our celebration today.
And
1975.
he looked like he was 40-something in that.
That kind of seems like a theme back in the 70s. I think like guys lived harder.
Guys lived harder. You're not talking about the 1870s now. Wasn't that long ago?
No, I know,
No, but you
like
smoke all night and
like
you
a-
drink
yeah.
all night.
Couple
get up
scotch,
and,
Martin.
And get up and
Scotch.
do the scene.
couple
and who cares?
martinis at lunch.
Yeah, just throw some cold water in your face. All right,
Driving
what
on
do we
the
got
wrong
today?
side of the road. What does it matter?
Big bowl of ice water. Just dunk your head in there.
That's what Paul Newman did.
Yes. Yeah.
The top area code marketing company's text to target bad credit is 636. If you're in the 636, you have bad credit. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Doug, where is this data?
AI, I think. There's more bad credit in the 636? Is that what they said?
That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Alan Dadeville says 636 texter probably thinks that Contreras' story is made up too. Truly, an On3 subscription is about $5 a month or one less QT breakfast dog every 4 weeks. That's about the math. That's Alan Dadeville implying that the texter gets breakfast dogs at QT.
God, could you imagine what that would do to your GI?
Grease missile.
A grease missile
I enjoyed it.
before sunrise.
A texter from the 618 said, just sitting this one out.
Observing the warfare between the 314 and the...
How hungry do you have to be to get a grease missile at QT? I mean, there comes a time when you'll eat just about anything.
Oh, yeah. I mean, certain times.
Road tripping with your pals.
Sure, that's one thing. But, like, it's Wednesday. I'm going into work. Let me stop off and get a
that doesn't
get
cut
a
it.
Frankfurter.
Sharon and Clayton wants us to know, my family always has said Sodi, not an upper Midwest or whatever thing. That's Sharon and Clayton injecting herself into the conversation, which probably will not play well if I had to guess in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And Mr. Lick says he wants to call in and talk about the downfall of middle-class luxury brands.
Is that like Saab?
I don't know. I don't see a lot of those out there right now. 314-974-0101, Lex, if you want to have that socioeconomic discussion, get involved on the program. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And coming up on Saturday night, I'm thinking about going. Why, my wife hit me with this yesterday, and she might be listening when I see. She's thinking this kid's Yeah, no, it isn't. It isn't the Saturday nights in the teens. This is the Saturday nights in the 20s, Martin. It's a little different scene.
Oh, let me see.
Take a guess.
A Christmas Carol is playing at the local theater.
I think she's going to that with our older son on Sunday. Some Christmas Carol or Christmas story. I, of course, am a godless pervert, so I'm not aware. Polar Express.
Oh, yeah. You got to go with that.
No. We've been going since probably 2017, if I had to guess.
It's just when Santa
Saturday
pops
night,
out and there's graffiti behind him, it bothers you.
Right, and he's holding the pipe like Pookie. But, that. But then if we did that early and then went to dinner, then we could go see... Billikens.
Okay.
Rah. 7 o'clock against the Dons of San Francisco. That's what's going down at Chaffetz Arena. So I was kind of thinking about that on Saturday night. The Billikens, who are sitting there, Doug, as a dangerous team that Joe Ladorty has in his bracketology as an 11 seed. Played in Oklahoma City. Take it on USC. They can get themselves a nice win against the San Francisco Dons on Saturday night at Chaffetz Arena. And if you are interested in possibly being in the same building as me, you can go to slewbillikens.com. 7 p.m. tip-off, Chaffetz Arena. Billikens 8-1, 6-0 at Chaffetz Arena this season, and have won 9 straight on the home floor, dating back to last. They are first in the A-10 and 13th nationally in scoring offense. How about that? I mean, they eased over 100 points on Sunday afternoon against those Chippewas. They're a fun-to-watch team, man. I'm telling you that. slewbillikens.com for your tickets. I think this may be, Jackson, I'm curious on this because I feel like you'd be a good observer on this. This is one of the worst Saturdays you can have in sport calendar year.
Yeah, I was actually...
Blues aren't playing.
No.
13th is open. Would have been a perfect spot for Joey Vitale's party. Army, Navy.
Yeah. The NFL's not doing Saturday games this Saturday.
No, nobody messes with that Army-Navy game, brother.
Right. So, I was talking to a buddy, actually, because we were talking about going out on Friday, and he was like, anything on? I was like, there's a SLU soccer game on Friday.
Yeah, we'll be watching that.
And there's obviously hoop, rock, and hockey, but then I looked at the next day, I was like, wow, Saturday really has very little going on in terms of sports.
If you're going to go to the Polar Express.
Saturday, good day. Because next week you'll get CFP.
And then you can go
Saturday.
see the Billikens in San Francisco.
Yeah. Yeah, prime opportunity against the Dons.
Yeah, beware the Dons.
I wish Santa would kind of embrace that whole Laclede's Landing. Like if you just wear like a Sundeckers T-shirt or just something old school.
Nice.
Hold up the renderings for the proposed Rams Stadium. Could have been right here. Kind of just lean in.
Instead, you get me.
Just lean into the whole Laclede's Landing vibe.
Tim, that Santa on the Polar Express has a 636 area code. That is from Steven time. Doug, we just can't shake this.
Probably 618. He's just right across the river.
I don't think that's
When I did the Polar Express, I saw that Landry's restaurant again. It looks like it'd really be a good place. I've never eaten there. Any of you guys been to Landry's?
At Union Station?
Yeah.
I don't think it's there anymore.
Oh, yeah.
It is there? Okay.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
saw it just a couple weeks ago.
Kind of out back by the Ferris
Never
wheel?
really hear anybody talk about it. It's been there a while.
Jackson, you take the ladies you meet to Landry's, or you just all Sasha's all the time?
All Sasha's all the time. What's the name of the guy who owns Landry's? He's a famous...
Tom Landry.
No,
Correct,
he's
Fedora.
a famous businessman.
Greg Landry, quarterback the Lions.
Oh, Darnell Coles.
Okay, you guys are no help.
What are you new here? Was Whitey, remember Whitey Herzog? Had
Tillman Fertitta.
Doug, it was Tillman Fertitta.
I was right on the tip of my tongue.
I've got him on my Michigan watch list for next coaches.
He also owns Bubba Gum Shrimp Company.
Whitey Herzog
And Golden Nugget Casinos.
had a beer garden. Remember that at Union Station, Doug?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Whitey's brother, was it Bootsy? Would always be seen, I think it was Bootsy.
My dad was neighbors with him out in
Bootsy Herzog?
New Athens.
If
yeah.
I think it wasn't Butchie, but it was Bootsy.
My dad will text me whenever
All
the
right.
delay is
Please,
up.
Jeff Burkett, if you could clarify.
Yeah, he'll text me.
Whitey's brother, but there was the beer garden, which I think was in that area that Landry's is now. I think. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
And then Houlihan's was across the pond.
Yeah.
Charlie Spoonhour had a restaurant at Union Station, too, for a while.
Right.
Guys, I used to move a ton of blow out of the Landing. Me and my buddy Tommy Tears. Tommy was a crier. That's how he got his street name. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Crier.
I'm starting to worry about Pondoff, that he lived a life akin to The Wire. I mean, some of these references.
Tommy Tears.
Wow.
Text in, as many are, as there is a heated war between the 314 and the 636 this morning. All started by Alan Dadeville's report that Kalen DeBoer, per a Michigan source, is interested in going to Ann Arbor to replace Sherrone Moore. Keep an eye on that Oklahoma-Alabama game in 8 days down there in Norman.
God, this text line, Tim, all you have to mention is a place of business. And we have like the equivalent of Zagat or Yelp. Immediately, you get reviews immediately.
Yeah.
Somebody else said Dave Peacock owns that Landry's.
The reviews
Now we got
are pouring in from Landry's.
Landry's.
It always looks like it'd be a good place, and I always forget that it's there. When I think about places to go out to eat, I never really think of Landry's.
Okay, there it is, Landry's Seafood House.
268 friends are in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. You can join them, subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel, and talk it over. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you're a Design Air client. Tell me about it.
Love Design Air. When you wake up on a cold day, you want the heat working in your home, and it wasn't working right. So we had the folks come out from Design Air. We needed a new unit. And they walk you through the whole process. Here are some options. Here's the new technology, and it's going to change not only the heat in your house, but also the quality of your air. That's something that they take into account. You can control the humidity in your home. There's so many new bells and whistles. They're great at explaining it and installing it. I'm telling you, if you work with Design Air, you'll be pleased with the entire process, the end result. But the people you work with, from Seth's team, started with Brian, who came out. He walks you through it, and then it's Joe and Joey installing it. Everybody on the team, they just kind of get it, and you can tell they enjoy working for Design Air. And there's a difference. You know it when you walk into a company. If people aren't happy, you can just kind of feel it right away. But everybody at Design Air is committed to the process, and you can really tell they enjoy working there. There's a difference. That's why so many folks listening to the show have done business with Design Air, longest-running sponsor. So any unit issues all year long, whether it's with the air conditioning or the heating, make sure you get online. It's designairservice.com. That is the website to go to all year long.
The program is called The Morning After. Matt Holliday going to join us, friend of the program, coming up at 9:30. Mr. Licks is going to call in to talk about the decline of middle-class luxury brands. We haven't dialed in a time yet.
Narrow that down.
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
Lulu called in about her and her wife were propositioned for a threesome, but she has not called back in. Boy, I feel like I missed a 7-inch putt right there, Doug.
This is when Kiowski's in his car going, "Oh, it's good. Keep it moving." Missed the call. No, you didn't. You're good. It's all good.
And then, of course, the designer heating and cooling email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Well, here we go. I can't wait to see what Martin's got cooking up after the big Oklahoma City play. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State. And they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets. Win or lose, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Martin, you gave us Oklahoma City Thunder last night. Sweat-free shipping over the Suns. What you got for tonight?
Yeah, I would like to point out, you're only as good as your next wager.
Amen.
But the cover last night was 14.5, and then they won by 4. We have Blues Predators right here on 101.
Oh, you're going local. Dangerous.
ESPN. The over-under in this is 5.5 goals scored. I'm going to tell you to take the under. These are two of the
under. That's a sharp. Sharps take the unders.
Two of the lowest scoring teams in the NHL. I think we're due for a Binner showing. He's due to put on a show. It's time. I'm going to go.
Even with Fabry back.
I'm going to go. Maybe he'll pick up an assist tonight.
Got
but I'm still going to go with the under for the Blues and the Predators.
There it is. Sharp. Going under 5.5 for the Blues and the Predators. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement. Because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. over to the air, Jackson. It's fine.
Okay.
I was telling Tim to go to Union Hall on Saturday before
Been to a
or
few
after.
weddings there.
Okay.
I assume you've been to some weddings there?
I don't think I have.
It's a great spot for a wedding.
It's a big, beautiful bar inside Union Station, and then they have light shows on the ceiling. So
Yeah,
I think
been to that.
you and the wife could have a spritzer.
Yeah,
and the kids,
I like a spritzer.
Kids can take in the light show on the ceiling.
That's good stuff. I think that's good counsel. All right, so
Yeah.
here's what I got, Doug, Saturday.
Now, Eddie McVeigh's going to be mad. Jeez, okay. Stop by there, too.
I'd love to hear from Eddie McVeigh. All right, so we'll go to the Polar Express. Then we'll go inside. We'll have dinner at Union Station. Then we'll have just a nip
A little
in
something.
that little light show. In the what is it
cool.
called? I didn't know it was called the Great.
I think it's called Union, or no, the Great Hall, I believe.
Great Hall. It really is, though. It's a great
It's
spot
a
for weddings.
giant bar inside Union Station, right when you walk in on Market.
And my buddy 5-0 got married there. Was that 2003
I don't
or
know.
4?
I don't know
and then
him or
Dan
the year.
Henschel, you know the Henschel boy, he got married there. 2021?
I don't know the
There's a great hall
2018,
at the Union
19?
Station in Chicago. Beautiful, giant, great hall.
Well, we
we're
live in
better
St.
than
Louis,
Chicago.
pal.
I know. I just was saying.
Stick with the theme. 314, jackass.
You're right. My bad.
And then we'll go to the Billikens game. That's what we'll do?
Paper should go to the game.
Yeah, why don't you go?
Doug's thinking
I'd love
about
to
I
go
going.
would
the
love
game.
to go to the game.
Yeah, I love going to the Slew Hoops.
So we're all going to go to the game together?
How about
I
that?
don't see why
I
not.
still have to secure ducats.
You and me both. But I'm always down. I love going to Chaffetz.
Great.
Gorgeous arena.
7 o'clock on Saturday night. Man, can you imagine like all the ladies in their group chats going, oh, we got to go to Chaffetz Arena?
Yeah, change of plans.
They'll put on a heck of a showcase for us.
Do you guys remember when you welcomed Bob Thomas back to the program 6 weeks into the season and we haven't seen or heard from him in a month later? Yeah, I remember that too. That's from Bobby Big Wheels, not happy.
I was thinking about texting them yesterday. Then I didn't.
I would just say it's a little.
Doug, that was an anecdote.
Yeah.
I would just say it's a little unclear what our current situation is. Is that fair?
I would say that's an accurate
He
statement.
reached out and wanted to be back on the show, which is great. And then the time after he was on, he didn't really respond. So then we just kind of let it go. We want the boys to focus on what matters most is on the ice, Tim.
Well, they're not. 5-0 listening to the program confirms the wedding. Now I just need the Henschel boy to confirm. Is this a sports show or a radio version of The View? Be better. Can't BK and Ferrario do a 7-hour show? I'll pay the overtime. Doug, that's from the grumpy
Oh,
Australian.
he'd let us have it.
What do you want, fucko? You want some?
That's usually saved for Harrison's brother
is,
Master.
it is.
By the way, Tim, it's called
She
the
fits.
Grand Hall.
Thank
I
you.
apologize. The Grand Hall. It's really cool.
Guys, what are your thoughts on Mizzou and SLU basketball starting up another series? That's from the 314.
Love to see it.
I would as well. I think the core issue there is on Missouri's end.
Oh, yeah,
And
definitely.
because, hell, Josh Schertz said as much. But this goes well beyond, and I'm not trying, listen, I would love to see it. I think you have a spot right now in scheduling, and Jackson, you can speak to this much better as a college basketball aficionado, certainly on this dais, where the SEC, Big Ten, ACC, Big East they've got a system. They've kind of rigged the system that they're going to get the vast majority of the conference bids, and so they are not going to play the schools from the mid-majors, and then they're going to get 1 billion teams into the NCAA tournament. Is that a fair assessment? In other words, there's very little upside for Missouri to play it from a tournament standpoint. It's not to say that Missouri is some monster program at all. I'm a fan of both programs, even though that can piss off both Missouri and St. Louis U fans. I don't know what to tell you, Doug.
No,
I'm like Portia de Rossi trying to figure it out.
It's really unfortunate too, because especially if you're like a mid-major with some fire behind you, like you're a good mid-major, it's going to be even tougher because the selection committee doesn't really penalize Power 5 schools for not having great non-con wins if they are really good in their conference, but they punish the hell out of mid-majors for not having great non-con strength of schedules
Stop
or
saying
records.
non-con.
What would you prefer me to say?
Non-conference.
Okay.
We've got time.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless BK and Ferrer want to do 7 hours, we've got time.
Hey, he'll pay the overtime. Non-conference wise, mid-majors get penalized way more than, let's say, like Mizzou playing a pretty weak, all things considered, non-conference schedule. Mizzou won't get penalized for that if they have a great SEC run. But SLU not having a great non-con conference schedule is going to be tough for them to
Doug
even
got a
think
shock
about.
collar on you now?
It's even tough to think about getting an at-large bid. With
Well, I think it's the perfect storm because Mizzou historically never wanted to play SLU. Why would we bother? If we beat him, we're supposed to beat him. If we lose to him, oh my God, you lost to SLU. So
And what they play back-to-back years or
I think three in a
years?
row because there was one at the Dome.
Great venue.
Yeah.
And then Wesley Stokes hit like a half-court
I remember
buzzer
that,
beater
and
or
that
something.
was at Enterprise Center.
Enterprise or Kegel or Savas or whatever it was. They
Kegel
had 3 in a
exercises?
row.
I didn't know they had a sponsorship deal.
What's that?
Kegel exercises?
No, Kegel Center.
I hear what I want to hear.
But
And they played in Columbia?
and they played in Columbia, and Mizzou won that game. But I think now they're less and less likely. So it was always a Mizzou SLU kind of fallout, and now the whole system is sort of against what Jackson was saying, playing a mid-major. So it almost makes it impossible now because you already had the historical, well, we don't really want to play
Right.
them. And now you add into the fact it's the whole mid-major discussion.
Yeah, and there's some self-cannibalization that goes on, too, because really good mid-majors will just schedule another really good mid-major, and now only one team can win. So it's a real, and it's gotten worse over the years.
Right. It sucks.
It does.
Because fans would much
I would love
rather
it.
see those games. I mean,
never about
tonight
the fans.
Mizzou has Alabama State. If that was SLU,
Where are you guys watching it?
Getting the whole family together.
Really?
Yeah, whole crew.
maybe we'll put it on the ceiling of the Grand Hall. Just watch the whole game on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Dan Henschel does confirm that his wedding was there too, Doug.
What is this, The View?
And who was the guy doing Kegel exercises?
Clip that off. Grumpy Australian can tickle my taint. Go back to streaming.
Oh.
Get up and wax your little worm. That's from the Table Rock
God.
Lake Monster, who's not happy with the Grumpy Australian. SLU would beat
going
Mizzou
on.
this year, no question about it. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully. Maybe they'll meet in a tournament in the first round right here in St. Louis.
That'd be fun. That would pack the building. That'd be great.
I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. It'd be a lot of fun. I think it would be great for the entire region.
I wonder if SLU were to go 14-4 in the A10 and not win the conference, not win the regular season or the tournament. Could you have just such a gaudy enough record? And
They'd be on the bubble. It depends on those 4 losses where they are. If they're road losses, yeah, it's not going to hurt you as much in the quadrants. But without a real Power 5 win, like Stanford, like they had the opportunity, they're fighting an uphill battle. But they can win the A10. They certainly
sure.
have the talent.
I think that's number one. But if you come just short, can you have a gaudy enough record? Could you be 15-3 and still get in? I don't know.
We'll see.
It's just so amazing how, like truly, like a free throw with 3 seconds left, bouncing one way, and then a miracle 3 has that potential impact.
Right. Because if you're trying to get an automatic at-large bid, the first thing they would look at after your A10 record is like, all right, can you give me one Power 5 win? Can you give me one neutral site, home, away? Don't care. Just give me one to prove. And they don't have it. It sucks.
Because teams won't schedule them.
Yeah, it's a real problem. I mean, the way they played Stanford was that it was a multiple-team event, a multi-team event. It wasn't even like a scheduled game. It's hard. It sucks.
It's wrong on so many levels.
They should be on the big. They should move to the Big East if given the opportunity. And I know that's a big if.
Wouldn't that be glorious?
It'd be incredible. It'd be so great for this region. It'd be great for St. Louis University, obviously.
Martin, you can name the teams in the Big East.
I can. Marquette,
Yeah.
DePaul, Creighton, Xavier. And you're starting a theme here. That a lot of these are Catholic schools. A lot of them are Midwest-ish.
A lot without
You
football.
still have Providence and our buddy Kim English. You still got Georgetown, Villanova.
Seton Hall.
Seton Hall is in there. Who
Talk
did I
about
not
P.J.
mention?
Carlson.
UConn. We don't like to talk about UConn because
St.
they kick everyone's
John's.
ass. St. John's, the Johnnies.
DePaul,
Get to go to
St.
New York.
DePaul.
Yeah.
That'd be the greatest. And it was
A lot of big cities, too, which is kind of fun.
It was Patino talking with Krzyzewski on his podcast last year, right?
Yeah.
Where he brought up we need to look at adding St. Louis University. I can't remember the other one he brought. Memphis.
Yep.
That would not necessarily
Dayton
fall
gets
into
mentioned a
category.
lot, too. Again,
Right now, there's
kinda
11 teams in the Big East. It'd be perfect.
Yeah.
For SLU to go there.
Couldn't agree more.
God bless.
And then maybe we could see Mizzou and SLU play.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
That would be a great
I mean,
step in the right
the
direction.
schedule-wise, and that's the truth is the A10 schedule, even though it's been a good brand of basketball historically, rivalry-wise, it falls short other than Dayton. So if you had
agreed.
SLU in the Big East, like who's the, we're playing DePaul, go up to Chicago, that's great. Oh, Marquette, Creighton, Xavier, these are just these would be great rivalries that would develop.
Mm-hmm. Martin, we're getting compliments. Now, see, that's what happens when you get a negative text, then the compliments come in. We're uncomfortable with those. Martin, great interview last night with, he calls him Mr. Soccer. I only know of Sir Soccer. Was this Sir Soccer you had on last night?
I think it's officially Mr. Soccer.
It's Mr. Soccer,
but
I thought it was Sir Soccer. He was knighted.
Sir Soccer.
I think we've knighted him.
This is Bill McDermott we're speaking.
I think Costas called him Mr. Soccer years ago. Those two were buddies from way back in the day. But Bill McDermott was talking, I mean, I've said this before. If any of us had the knowledge of one thing in life that Bill McDermott has for soccer, you'd do great things. He already broke down the group stage for the U.S., Doug, was announced by FIFA on Friday.
Right.
And he's already said, keep an eye on that fourth team. The entry there will be between, you have to consider now what happens with Bosnia and with Turkey. He does this whole thing. And then he said, because the player, don't remember his name, as he's saying it sitting next to me, Tim, no clue what he's talking about. But this guy in Turkey, he said, is one of the best players on the planet. And he said, so you need Turkey to get knocked out so that the U.S. doesn't have to deal with them in the group stage. But then he just rattled off some stats about the history of SLU soccer. Yes, thank you. Love Sir Soccer.
Let's see. Doug, and I got a compliment, but it's more of a proposition, it seems like.
What's they say?
Timmy the Great, fantastic podcast with Iggy yesterday. Like all your shows, your next one is always your best one. Please ask Iggy if he needs a lady, and then it gets a little graphic, to engage in coitus with, is essentially, Doug. And that's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, and she has that monogramming business, and I think it's fallen on hard times, and so she's going to a momtrepreneur conference in Orlando.
She is a pipe fitter in St. Anne.
Cryo.
There's Iggy having a mini stroke.
The U.S. soccer team sucks. They'll get knocked out early. That's American the Central West End, so I guess he did not like the interview.
Well, and McDermott didn't say they were winning a World Cup.
Did he give him much hope?
He said if they could get, I think they're young right now, and I think he said if they could get to the round of 16, that would be considered success.
No, so not very good.
Hey, Doug, who do you think the doggies are going to pick up now that free agency is open in the MLS?
Well,
it's from the Veiled Prophet.
They're going to hope to pick up a heck of a player. And if they can't, they'll get a guy who's pretty good. If that fails, any warm body will do.
That's pretty thorough. I can't
Who says
imagine
I don't know soccer?
Can't imagine Veiled Prophet has any follow-ups, but if so, 314-399-9646. Self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom wants you to know, Doug, that no, the business is still thriving. It's sticking season, needlepoint overload, bitch. So people get needlepoint belts for the holidays, is that right?
What is sticking season?
Jackson?
I assume that's the process of making the needlepoint belts, sticking the needle.
The people that are doing the needlepoint, they say, hey, I'm sticking. It's like they got street cred.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough and cool hobby.
I think it is, you know.
Or in this case, business.
SLU is 30th in the net. They haven't played a quad one, but if they go 15-3 in conference, they are in. That is from the 314.
I actually was doing some vetting here, and I do not have their net. But so, as an example of not winning the regular season or the conference championship, George Mason last year went 15-3 in the A10, 27-9 overall, but did not make that. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Even the gaudiest of records could be a problem. Just win it.
I swear to God, if you give me more MLS talk, it'll be me, bathtub, head submerged until the bubbles stop. Smother me, Vaughn. Smother me with your breasts. That's from Brian Henshin, who is monitoring Phillip Rivers' start in Seattle at 44 years old this Sunday. 13.5-point favorite for the Sea Pigeons.
We didn't mention that. We didn't mention MLS.
Butter me up, Daddy.
Did Iggs need a smoking break during QFTA?
No, and there were a bunch of people on the TMA YouTube channel watching it, and they were stunned that we went 2 hours without him having to excuse himself to engage in a dart.
Martin, did you by chance see on Twitter, or the TMA STL Twitter, the coat that Iggy was wearing when he arrived at the station?
Like Joan Namath.
Tim tweeted about Iggy, but it was just some young fella with his shirt off.
It was a compilation.
So I was really,
I'm a Gift Depot on
I was
Twitter
very
tweets.
confused.
Take us into the mind of Martin Kilcoyne when you saw that. You said just another normal,
I thought Tim had
normal
been
Wednesday.
hacked.
Really? I mean, at this point?
Well, I wasn't. I assumed Iggy talked about this younger fella, and that's why Tim tweeted it.
Fair. No,
Is
sir.
that fair?
No, it was fair but incorrect.
Well, what?
I like that.
Sorry, was that Trent Dilfer over there?
Yeah, you can't lose games.
Who said
in the
that,
NFL and
Arch?
still win. Did you look at the coat?
Okay, what am I looking at? Sorry.
Is it a big fur coat?
TMA STL on Twitter
It was
or
brand new.
TMA STL on Instagram.
Oh, we got a brand new fur
TMA
coat.
underscore STL.
Yes, thank you.
Is it on my page? Was
if
I
you
a
should.
collaborator? Is that what it is, Doug? You're a collaborator?
I just put it up as a story, so probably not the case, but it is up on Twitter, so it can live in perpetuity.
Timothy Michael McKernan's my Instagram. It's not a gift depot, though. My Twitter account, Gift Depot. SLU soccer goalkeeper is going in the MLS Super Draft. That's from the 3 and 4. Yeah, that guy's sick.
Bill McDermott said that as well.
Is that right?
That's the French goalie, although the team is largely based on St. Louis kid. Tim tweeted this guy. I don't know. All I see is some guy with his shirt off.
Right. Well,
It says Tim, Jackson, and Iggy are live on QFTA. Click the link below, and then above it, Francisco Lachowski. But Jackson's looking at me like I'm making this up, Tim.
That's the left side of the infield, Jackson. I thought you were boycotting it today.
I mean, do you not see the picture at the very top of the
I'm
Twitter
not on
account?
Instagram. This is Twitter.
This is Twitter. This is on Twitter. TMA STL.
Chairman Kurt is getting very frustrated. He's just approached the dais. He has just approached the dais here on 101 ESPN.
Looks so dapper, Chairman.
And that literally took me about 8 seconds.
But what am I? I'm on Tim's X handle. I didn't realize
Right,
you were talking
TMA.
about TMA.
Yes,
Okay, I was
all right, simple
until
mistake.
Ken Iggy Strode is wearing what is that? A fake fur?
You immediately went to fake. And
Well,
that's
okay, I'm sorry. I just knew how his stance would be to protect the animals. That's
for sure.
why.
Good, very fair.
That's why I said fake, not because of monetary.
It was, of course, fake.
But he has a giant fur. It's kind of an homage to Joe Namath.
That's the first thing I thought of. Broadway Ken.
Okay. Broadway Ken. Okay, I'm now on the TMA STL Twitter account papers, and I see the photo.
Okay. We're good.
He looks comfortable. He looks lovely. Great to see you, Ken.
Was in 2 hours. That's on the Tim McKernan Show podcast for your listening pleasure, which is in the TMA podcast feed. And to subscribe to that, it is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. Doug, can you tell us about Jason Gosrow's business?
Well, he's got a great business going. Schaefer Door.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
SCHAEFER. They can fix all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. Maybe you don't need a whole new garage. Maybe you just have a little problem with the spring, or maybe you need a new strut. That's what I needed when they came out to fix my garage door. They have a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That's very nice. They service commercial doors as well. If you run a business or a warehouse and have those big, tall doors, Schaefer Door is experienced in those types of jobs as well. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that you talk to a real person when you give them a call at 636-782-3608. Okay, I'll say it again. 636-782-3608. Write that number down. Stick it right next to that button where the garage door goes up and it goes down. And if you have any kind of problem, you'll know exactly who to call. That is Schaefer Door. Their service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a whole new door if you don't need it. The website again, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Podcast the program via the Schaefer Door Company.
Mr. Joe is now texting me about the player.
He was texting me about going to the Billiken
No,
game
he's
on
texting
Saturday.
me
This
the
guy's
play-
landing strip is active.
Young kid plays at Real Madrid. Arda Güler plays for Real Madrid. That's the player referenced by Bill McDermott. Okay, there it is, Tim, your World Cup preview.
There it is.
We're getting you ready for it, which is next summer on Fox, but it's December. We're still celebrating 1975, the 50-year anniversary.
That's Jackson's music theme for today. Email in with your theme the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email. Then a text in to the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And during the commercial break, I'm going into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat because a bunch of people are in there and they're talking it over, like the Rogue Onion, John Scores, Doug's Little River Birch. I know you've had problems with that thing.
Not anymore.
It's gone.
Cut it right down.
And then the Walrus King's talking to Bill Reloaded. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to talk it over. Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, and I'm taking your questions. That's what I'm going to do. Matt Holliday with us on the Stiefel dossier coming up at 9:30. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on the Morning After show, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloor.com, and they are in St. Louis's lexicon for flooring champions now for threes. They are located in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peter's. Michael of Michael's Flooring was here at Hubbard Radio 2 weeks ago. We had lunch, and we're talking about the industry. And, man, this guy, number one, he knows it. He's passionate about it, and he really feels strongly about making sure he gets the people who choose to do business with his company not only the best product, but the best price. And that comes with the service that they have been giving to customers going back 31 years. It's Michael's Flooring. Online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Dardenne Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, Jeff Lynn. How do you do?
I'm fine, thanks.
Papers likes this. His head's bobbing a bit.
Love this.
Oh, wow. Bad read.
ELO.
I picked up he was strong. Had pocket eights, but I can get him. I can get him to fold those things pre-flop, maybe an aggressive play after the turn. Turns out he was sitting on kings. I didn't even know it. Wow. Well played. Nice hand. Nice hand. Watch this, Doug. Nice hand.
Okay, don't say
tapping
that.
the felt. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. My name is Tim McKernan, alongside Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You want to call in. We're putting out an APB for Lulu to call back in. 314-974-0101. Matt Holliday is going to call in at 9:30, and then at some point, Mr. Licks wants to call in and talk about the decline of middle-class luxury brands.
Can we have an example of one?
Jackson, what do you think? I mean, you look down on middle class.
Saab?
Yeah, I felt like Saab.
I think that was a good play.
I don't know if they
Class
still
luxury.
make cars. Would Lululemon be?
Oh boy,
I don't know. I'm just throwing. I'm spitballing. There's no bad ideas in the brainstorm.
I think that's probably too expensive to be middle class.
Okay, middle class.
isn't it
luxury.
only available if you're not going online at Plaza Frontenac?
I think in St. Louis there might be another one. In Central Corridor, only place to go is Plaza Frontenac, and that's a scene.
Was that Yola right there?
No, I have some Lulu sweatpants. I'm just saying. You go there and it's like, oh my God, it's really expensive.
I got some pants there too.
Really
I got them as a
expensive.
gift and they didn't fit. I went to return them and I had to stand in line with 100 other 15-year-old girls waiting to get into the store.
I looked at like a 4-pack of underwear. I was like, oh my God, okay, never mind. I'll get the one piece.
Oh.
A Saab has not been made since 2011 when the company went bankrupt. I don't know if that's what Mr. Licks is
There's
focused on.
the first domino fell.
Okay.
Once Saab went down, everything, the middle class fell apart.
And now Eric in the Central West End is mad at Jackson.
Oh, goodness.
Jackson,
That's my
are
name.
you effing kidding me? Insulting Lululemon? That's from Eric in the Central West End, who I guess is a big fan.
I think I said I
don't think they would fall into this category.
middle class luxury.
So I'm like, is that Outback Steakhouse? I'm like trying to think of what fits. This is not our topic. This is Licks. Why are we workshopping it? Who gives
Sherrone
a rip?
Clayton says Coach and Michael Kors are middle class brands.
So, Jackson, do you agree with that from your Horton Watkins Ivory Tower?
I don't know any pieces from those
Don't
designers.
say pieces. Coaches are purses, right?
I think so.
And I think they're really
I
expensive.
think same with Michael Kors, maybe. I don't know.
What about the Irish band, the Coors? You'd like them? Three Sisters?
C-O-O-R-S? That look like, no, C-O-R-R-S.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
And then there was a gentleman who was their brother in the band. Was it Breathless? Was that 2000?
I just don't know the years. I wish I could help you.
Was it Andrea Core? Beautiful. Beautiful lasses. And that's what you're talking about with Sherrone and Clayton?
Jim was the core, bro. He played the piano, too.
Jim.
Did you like that movie Once that was filmed in Dublin? You see that music
I just watch In the Name of the Father 100 times a year.
requirement?
That's correct. Guys, I still wear Tom Hardy and Affliction. Thanks. That's from MD 2020. Is that a middle class?
Is Tom Hardy, or is Ed Hardy? Tom Hardy, of course, Bane. And,
What?
well, Tom Hardy's an actor. I think the person's referencing Ed Hardy.
What about Laurel and Hardy?
Laurel and Hardy.
What about Ahmad Hardy? Can he win that Doak Walker?
I don't see why not. Let's
get it back to sports,
Probably
huh?
Jeremiah Love. Ed Hardy, that should have never came about. That was a mistake. That's one America wants back.
Is that right? America wants that back?
Skin tight, bedazzled shirts tucked into loose denim.
Color me intrigued.
Oof. Big swing and a miss.
Lulu is expensive, but totally worth it. My collection runs back to the early 2000s, and the stuff is as good now as it was then. That's Sherrone and Clayton.
Would Fabletics be a middle-class luxury brand? I'm wearing Fabletics sweatpants as we speak.
I think that's a good call.
Okay, all right.
I had Lululemon pants once, a couple times, and it developed a rip next to the pocket,
Right.
you know, where you put your phone or something. I'd had the pants 2 or 3 years, and I walked back in and I said, "Is there any way I can fix this or something?" I said I'd had the pants for a while. Like, "Oh, we'll just give you a new pair."
Oh.
They swapped them out.
Square deal.
I didn't have a receipt. I'd worn them 2 or 3 years.
You know, matter
Thank
of fact,
you, Lulu.
I left my Lululemon sweatpants at the Airbnb in Jupiter, Florida.
Oh no!
Yeah.
That off.
Yep.
It was such a relatable sentence.
Well,
Can you go
company
back and
provided.
get them? I left my Lulus.
I didn't even have the heart to tell
My
him.
place in Jupiter.
We weren't positive there was another person living in that house. There was,
Did you leave pants there?
I remember that. It's like Sloth from the Goonies. There was some guy next to you guys in your place in spring training.
Just keep an eye
It's like
on
a
it.
converted garage.
it was like an ADU of some kind.
He'd pick out the blinds when we arrived.
and there was
like
another
at the beginning of the Beat It video.
Yeah, there was another car in the lot, and we were and there was like 3 locks on the door in our living room. We were never positive if someone else was in there.
Athleta is the Lulu for the pores. That's from Sharon and Clay. Boy, this topic has really activated Sharon.
But isn't that in Plaza Frontenac? If it's in Plaza Frontenac, I feel like it can't then be middle class luxury. But maybe I'm wrong.
I don't shop in Plaza Frontenac. I power walk there.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, 10 hot laps.
What's in the theater
Call it a day.
spot?
I don't know. I
Is
think
it vacant?
it's under construction of some sort. Last time I was there, but that was last gifting season.
No wonder Doug can afford a 2-story house. He never buys clothes. He just returns them after wearing them for 2 years. That's from MD 2020.
I didn't want to return it. I just want to say, hey, this bro, what should I do? Can I sew those or something? Whatever.
I like the idea of not having to worry about mortgage payments because you got free pants. It's like not a pant budget.
Well, they're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Get back to talking about sports, you dumps!
that's right.
And none of your poo sours?
No, what did that mean?
Choke artist 1.6. Talk sports!
Hey, I mentioned Ahmad Hardy. Amidst the whole Tom Hardy, Ed Hardy, Jeff Hardy talk.
Also, the Ed Hardy and Affliction era was lit. 05 Lucas Park, Sidebar, Lush, Libby Jack will never know. Eric in the Central West
I will
End.
not.
Those places were hopping there for a while.
Not really sure what affliction is. Let me do some research here.
Ed Hardy on steroids.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly, just for the record.
Yeah.
It's TMA shows presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. That is how you can listen to the program. And, of course, you can live stream it on the 101 STL app that is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Matt Holliday is going to join us coming up at 9:30. Earlier in the program, I referenced John Denton's report that the Mets have called the Cardinals regarding Wilson Contreras. With Pete Alonso going to the Orioles, John Denton then writes the Cardinals' 3 biggest remaining needs. Doug, I think this could anger some people, maybe more than Sharon's text. Number 1, find deals for Donovan, Romero, Arenado, and Contreras to flood the franchise with promising prospects. Bloom, a Cardinal consultant the past 2 years, knows the Cardinals cannot seriously contend in 2026, even if he brought the players back. Instead, he wants to try and exchange Donovan and Romero at the height of their values for a bevy of promising prospects. Number 2, there are 3. Add a veteran starting pitcher to a young staff. As currently constructed, the Cardinals expect Liberatore, McGreevy, Palante, Leahy, and Fitz to compete for starting jobs. That group is noticeably light on experience, and they need veterans to eat innings. Tyler Mahle, Herman Marquez, and Paul Blackburn might fit the club's needs and budget. And number 3, and this is the one where it's going to get going.
No.
Martin, here we're going to light a fire. Extend Oliver Marmol's contract beyond 2026. Marmol guided the Cardinals to the playoffs in 2022, but he and the club have been home for the postseason each of the last 3 years. However, that does not mean he has done a poor job. Masterfully handled the bullpen each of the past 2 seasons, and he helped the Cardinals make it through 2025 without losing a starting pitcher to an arm injury. He and many coaches on his staff have backgrounds in player development, and those skills are going to be needed more than ever in 2026 and 2027.
I'd say if you're not a big Marmol fan, it doesn't matter. The extension, it doesn't really matter. It's for optics. It's for the room. Hey, we love this guy. He's locked up. You can always make changes. The money doesn't matter.
And they love it in St.
They
Louis.
do. They love it in St. Louis. I'd be more frustrated with the state of the franchise than whether he gets an extension or not.
When they extended him in March of 2024, and I feel like off air, I asked Mozeliak that. Or did I ask him on air? Hell, I don't remember. I'm sure the audience will be able to remind me. But I know we talked about it. That at that time was, God, I don't know if somebody's going to have to give me a better example, the most tone-deaf thing the Cardinals have done in the Bill DeWitt ownership era. Now, somebody might be able to point to something that I'm missing that's very obvious.
They did sell the toilet seats when they were getting rid of Busch Stadium, too. That didn't go over
All right,
well.
well, that's a Mount Rushmore. To come off of a last-place season and then extend him, and not extend him, but then 2 weeks from the start of the season in an off-season that was lackluster, it sent such a terrible message to the fan base. You might internally feel like he's doing a good job, and I am of the opinion that what has gone on with the Cardinals is not Oli Marmol's fault at all. I mean, I always go back to this. Whoever you think is the best manager in baseball, do you think that manager leads the Cardinals to a successful season with the roster the Cardinals have had in 23, 24, and 25? And if you do, then we're just going to have a polite disagreement on that. I think it is the construction of the roster that has been the issue. But following a last-place season, to give an extension and do it 2 weeks out, I still felt like that was more of a, oh, God, Yadier Molina and Albert Pujols are talking about managing, and the start of the schedule is really tough. If you remember, they opened up in San Diego and L.A., and I thought that was a way to quell that. And I just think that was a tone-deaf move. If they were to give him an extension now, when it is crystal clear what they are doing, I would not have a problem with it because the franchise is in a different state and they are being transparent about it. So I view it differently. It would not bother me like it bothered me in 2024. And there isn't anything that I'm going to be able to hear, by the way, that's going to change my mind on the extension in 2024. But I feel differently at this point because what manager who you think is going to be great is going to go, oh, the Cardinals are open? Great. Let me see what Richard Fitz can do to get us to the World Series. It's not going to happen. So that's a different spot than the March 2024 extension, in my opinion.
And that one almost felt like they forgot. Like, oh, yeah, the season's here. Oh, my gosh, you didn't get extended. Like, if you wanted to do that coming off a horrific year, you could have easily done it in December and it would have gone away, or he'd done it over the winter warm-up when he was around. It was so clumsy. That's the best way I could put that.
Yeah, that's a good word, too.
I would say this one largely is to be expected. If you're Chaim Bloom, you could come in with the juice. You could blow up the whole staff. You could start fresh this year. But if you're already kind of ripping the roster apart, trying to build it back up, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter who the manager is, but I think you feel like, listen, this is not the time. I don't need to change my manager. I need to change the whole franchise, talent depth. That's the number one focus.
Marmol's not the main issue. The main issue is they don't hit well and they don't pitch well. That's your
Other than that,
that's
Doug,
your two
they're
big
fine.
issues. They gave up by far the most runs in their division last year. They got to fix the pitching. So the important thing, the thing that's of the utmost importance, and maybe the only thing that truly matters, is that you get quality players for all these guys that you're going to deal. Not just anybody. You got to do the homework, and the scouts have got to get this right. You've got to get some players in here that can make a difference a year, 2 years down the road. You can't just dump these guys and think, oh, give us whoever you got in Class A, and think that that's going to fix it. That's overly optimistic.
Right. But if you think about Sonny Gray, if you kept him this year and he won 12 or 13 games and you finished 78 and 84, maybe that's optimistic. But he's on so you're a little better than you would have been because he was here, and then he's done. He walks away. You paid him all that money. You got nothing out of it. Now you get maybe a hit. The Richard Fitz is probably just more of a fill out the rotation guy, but maybe the young guy, Brandon Clark, you hit on him. Maybe. That's where you're trying to do it.
I think you have to do it.
And I think, but then the more guys you acquire, then it increases the odds that somebody's going to be good. So it can't all be bad, right? I mean, that's not a great scouting philosophy, but acquire as many of those as you can that potentially could pay off.
Is that the new slogan for 2025?
They can't all be bad.
They can't all be bad.
I just go back. Let's go back to the year where they liquidated the veterans right at the end of the trade deadline. What was it, 22, 23? And they got a slew of prospects. Where are they? So JC is on the major league team. Where's everybody else that they got for those guys?
I think that Roby was going to be good, but he's injured. Roberts might be okay. They got a couple of guys that
have done nothing 2 or 3 years later.
But that still have a chance, potentially. But I agree. In large part, I mean, I'm old school. I love the Walt Jocketty. Give me a guy who's proven. I'll sell you on the future of these guys. Here, how about you give me Mark McGwire? Heard of him. He'll hit home runs. We're going to give you, love TJ Matthews, friend of the show, local guy. But we'll throw in, we hate to do it, we're going to give you Eric Ludwig. And we're going to give you Blake Stein. Yep. And then they go, okay, sounds good. And then I want Matt Holliday. All right, but do I have to really give up Brett Wallace? Boy, Doug, I hate to do it. I already gave up Manny Ibar to get Renteria. But I love packaging the unproven for the proven. But the system has certainly changed.
Yeah. I'm just, I'm down in the mouth is what I'm bummed.
I like that term.
I'm bummed that it's come to this for the Cardinals. That the Cardinal, the once proud franchise, is now a team selling off good players for the hope of a better future. I know they have to do it at this point because of what's going on in the last few years. It's just really depressing that it's come to that.
Is down in the mouth, Doug? Is that like a form of palsy, you think?
No,
what is
it's
down
just
in the
you're
mouth?
bummed out. I'm bummed out that it's
so you're
come
like
to
a
this.
frown.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't want to watch 2 or 3 years of lousy Cardinal baseball. I've already done that the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
To think that that's going to go on another 2 or 3 years, that's depressing to me. I don't think they should be in this situation. I think they should have enough money to go out and get some quality players and be a contender. Well, they should have that.
Just open up the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're just doing quotes of A Few Good Men, it looks like.
So we've talked too much sports.
I don't know. I think Jackson would know. These 2 Marines are on trial for their lives.
Yeah. Crew is really giving it to Nicholson there in that.
You got to ask me nicely. Jack Nicholson and Tom
Cuba.
Cruise.
Yeah. It was in, when he visited the base there.
And that's where Fredo betrayed him with the Johnny Ola comment?
Yeah. Yep. Johnny's taking me. He knows all these spots. Johnny Ola, Doug, of course, played by Junior Soprano.
Was he
Chianese.
really?
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that tie-in? How many people know that?
I didn't.
Decent. Goodfellas has the most of the Sopranos cast. I think like 27 people.
Is that right?
Yeah, a ton. Well, I mean, right off the bat, Lorraine Bracco, Michael Imperioli, Paulie Walnuts.
Paulie Walnuts is in Goodfellas?
Yeah, and when Whittle, Henry Hill, and Whittle, Joe Pesci, when they're young, he's one of the people that takes the mailman and puts his head in the oven, saying, "Don't stop delivering truancy letters to Henry Hill's house." I think he calls him a scumbag. It's like, put your head in there, scumbag.
More French fry talk, less sports talk. It's from Steven Time. Doug,
we
they're
spent
not happy.
maybe a minute and a half on the Cardinals. Maybe a minute and a half. And then we're right back to Goodfellas.
Baseball's boring. Get rid of it. Fix the Blues.
It's boring because our team is bad.
Okay, gaslight girl boss gatekeep.
And going nowhere. Gonna get worse. It's bad and it's going to get worse.
Get rid of baseball was that text. Sitting with that one.
All right, the program's called The Morning After. Matt Holliday is going to join us coming up on your Stiefel dossier. That is at 9:30. We are in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. And you're welcome to participate. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And then you can talk it over and either give your Few Good Men quotes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat or talk it over with me. I'll be in there during the commercial break. That is coming up here, youtube.com/TMASTL. Man, have you or your family seen a change and you're not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love? Put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits and you never got the memo. Well, Mentality can help you change that. So stop being tired of being tired and get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. That's mentalityhealth.com. Get tested, get your levels, and know where you are with your testosterone. I've done it. I'm in. I'm out in 20 minutes with a friendly staff. It's Mentality online at mentalityhealth.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. The program's called TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Looking for a smarter way to grow your savings without locking your money away? Right now, Together Credit Union offering competitive rates on their money market accounts designed to make your money work harder while you stay in complete control. With a Together Credit Union money market account, your savings grow with you. These accounts featured tiered rates rewarding higher balances. So the more that you save, the more you earn. It's pretty simple here. As that balance crosses each tier, the portion above the threshold automatically receives the higher rate. It's pretty cool math. Just for you. Enjoy the flexibility to access your funds whenever you need them. No long-term commitments, no locked-in terms, just smart, steady growth backed by a credit union you can trust. Getting started could not be easier. Open that select money market account today with as little as $1,000. Whether you're planning a major purchase, building an emergency fund, or simply looking for a better place to park your savings, now the perfect time to take advantage of this opportunity. Don't wait. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details, or stop by any Together Credit Union branch to open that money market account. Do it today. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The aforementioned Thunder-Suns game ended 138-89 in favor of the Thunder as they move on to the NBA Cup semifinals. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 28 points. The 24-1 Thunder have tied the 73-9 Golden State Warriors for best start of the season through 25 games. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jackson communicating to us. It's hot, man. I like it. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna's the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. Doug, we have wonderful, wonderful audio for you. I think this is going to put you in a good headspace before Matt Holliday joins us and maybe chastises us for the quality of the presentation. I know you're a big fan of Dan Hurley.
Not so much, really.
Take a listen. This is the post game.
Who's he yelling at?
Dan, first time really you've got all your pieces together, even if
is talking. I'm sorry. I was just looking at this mic right here, and I got messed up. Cormac.
Okay, that's it.
You didn't appreciate him.
You couldn't see who was asking the question.
Even if is talking.
It's a good drop right there.
It's also very demeaning when you're the reporter, like, over here.
Your name's Cormac.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah, hi. I'm Bill. I'm with the Times. Like, where you at? And then they kind of have to put their hand over their eye, like, look, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, what do you got? Fucko.
Phillip Rivers did his first press conference, Doug, before he gets ready to possibly start for the Colts at age 44 and not having played the game for 5 years on Sunday in Seattle. And I don't know if this was Henshin who asked the question. I would expect that it was in Indianapolis because it's clear that Phillip looks a little different now.
I would think he would.
Maybe has put on a little bit of weight. Take a listen.
What is your playing weight? What do you weigh right now? Right this second? I'm not sure, Greg. How about that? That's an honest answer.
Media chuckle.
And I will answer your question a little better on the playing weight, Greg. And not what it was when I walked off the field in Buffalo. All right? I can tell you that. But then I'll follow that up with I ain't never ran away from anybody anyway. Right? So I'm gonna. They you know, people say, well, they're gonna know you're gonna be right there, and it's like, well, they knew that for 16, 17 years. So.
Okay. Well, he seems like
it was a
fun
media
guy.
cackle.
Yeah, they liked his
I think
line.
he was always
Henshin really thought that was funny, huh?
How do you get ready to play with an NFL team after 2 days of practice? I mean, these guys have training camps. They this film study. They got meetings every day for 6-7 hours, and somebody can come in and be the guys at practice.
Brian Henshin says, no, that was not me. I did zoom in and asked him what his favorite French fry was, though. But what a magical media laugh. Sounded like something out of a sitcom. That's from Brian Henshin, Colts beat reporter.
You could sell that to Hollywood. They could borrow that audio as a laugh track. Papers, can I just hear the media? This is the Colts media about Phillip's weight.
I'm not sure, Greg.
Is that the funniest line you've ever heard?
How about that? That's an honest answer.
And then he's like, I got him eating out of the palm of my hands. Oh, yeah, what do you guys think, huh?
Doug, I don't know if this will sway your thoughts on the Phillip Rivers thing, but he's been coaching his son's high school team.
Okay.
And they're running the exact same offense that the Colts are running, so you got to feel like he's fluent in it.
I don't know.
I think a guy like that, he could step in, watch a little bit of film. He's probably physically maybe another topic. But I bet you anything, he could step in and sling it a little bit.
He does look kind of like a different guy. Just by his face, it looks like he has gained considerable amount of weight. He can still throw it, I guess.
Is he going to start? I don't know.
Leonard practiced on Wednesday.
Riley Leonard, Fighting Irish, Duke Blue Devil.
Yeah, he practiced full on Wednesday, and according to this article here, it says it's rare for a quarterback to practice on a Wednesday and not play.
So Leonard is expected to start.
Yeah.
Not Charles Leonard.
They're not sure.
Riley Leonard, who, well, maybe Riley Leonard is homage to Notre Dame, will sit out the game.
That would make more sense. And then if he should get hurt, Rivers can come in and hand the ball off and throw a couple of short passes, maybe.
Colts getting 13.5 Sunday.
I would love it if he went out there and just slinging it all over.
Yeah.
That would be an incredible story. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314 399-9646. That is how you can text in to the program, and you're also welcome to talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where 249 friends have gathered, like Doug's Little River Birch, Bourbon Bob, Jeremy Hodge, Bill Reloaded, and Kitty Bates. They're all in there talking it over. Kwame Voyukas IV says, Doug is always fat-shaming someone. And Voyukas has turned his attention from Martin to Doug.
Oh, okay. I'm not always fat-shaming someone. We're talking about Phillip Rivers' weight, and I'm saying, looking at the video, it does look like he's gained a considerable amount of weight since he played.
I think I would ask the media, what's your weight? Granted, it's not relevant. One is going to be potentially playing an NFL football game. But I think you know the answer. He's probably a little heavier than he was. He should just say, what do I look like, Jared Lorenzen? Come on. Like, just...
William's hands were shaking.
The Sherrone Moore story, Doug, is the story nationally. Anytime I can look up on ESPN and get Dan Orlovsky's thoughts, I feel like I personally am winning. Still, Jackson has been looking for how would we describe it? A reputable media outlet and or reporter with something to lose to cite what is being passed around on social media. And how is that Jackson Papers?
Nothing much in addition to what we read at the outset of the program from The Athletic. I've been looking more towards the local papers.
It is acknowledged in the Detroit Free Press that he was detained by police and still in custody.
Right. So that is the latest that I have seen from, like we talked about, someone with something to lose.
Michigan Live, one of the prominent publications and media outlets in Michigan and Detroit, lists their candidates to replace Sherrone Moore and number 1, Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer. Number 2, Washington coach Jed Fish. Number 3, former Michigan coach and current Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter. So he is a longtime Jim Harbaugh guy. He's 42 years old. Next, Arizona State coach Kenny Dillingham. And Doug, number 5, Missouri coach.
For heaven's sakes.
Eli Drinkwitz.
Think you'll address that today, Tim? Maybe an emergency pod with Coach Drink?
Board of Curators will have to get together.
Board of Curators are meeting now, Doug.
Yeah, we've got to give him another $1 million and 5 more years on his contract because somebody on the internet made up a list and put his name on it.
Well, you get the extension, and then you come out swinging against false reporting. That's the play.
Yeah. Gosh. Well, you hate to see a guy just absolutely trash his career, but boy, Moore sure did that.
If you're Kalen DeBoer, why would you really want to, unless you think they're coming to get you in Bama, that you're another year away from them being real unhappy? What can you do at Michigan that you can't do at Alabama?
Well, that's where Alan Dadeville gets into the report. I think he said it was from On 3 that he cited the reporter, that he really wanted the Michigan job last year. And so... I don't know.
Was it 2 years? Was it when he left Washington, or was it just?
Yeah, I mean, after 1 year with that would be
would be weird. Like,
but Moore's been the head coach for 2 years, and Moore was in good stead.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it had to have been
after winning against Ohio State last year, if you recall.
STED. But it would have been 2 years ago, right? They wouldn't have been in the market, Michigan, a year ago.
And Alan Dadeville's text is what led to the war going on between the 314 and 636.
Right. We apologize for our.
Yes. Drink won't leave because at Michigan you were expected to win more than 8 games every year and won't get an extension. That's from Steven Time, Doug.
I guess Kalen DeBoer could possibly take a lot of his Alabama players with him.
Is Kalen DeBoer on your Mount Rushmore of hot college football coaches? Because he's on mine. It's in the Mississippi Mudshark.
Not a good question. Just not a good one.
Jackson, do you want to answer?
They're asking Jackson, I'm sure, because he's got this Lindy Ruff fascination.
Who was the guy that got mentioned yesterday who took over at...
Lindy Ruff's the guy you're attracted to. Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, Chairman...
The James Madison coach.
Right, James Madison coach. What's his name?
Kenny Chesney.
Kenny Chesney. Ed Chesney?
Bobby?
Bill.
Goodness. I believe it actually is Bobby Chesney.
Okay.
Going to UCLA. Man. Going to UCLA.
Yeah. He's a handsome man. Bob Chesney. He'd be up there. Dan Lanning. Kind of got an aura about him.
For heaven's sakes.
This man's really ranking attractive
Really are.
football coaches.
Not really. Just kind of making some observations.
Okay.
Sunbelt Billy. Although when he started talking about Miss Sally, lost a little stop me.
Do we have that clip? Because he was going to go home. We probably should
Tell
break
me when he
into
got
that
fired,
Holiday,
because it happened minutes before he was fired.
Oh, my God. You talked NFL football? It's from the 314. I don't know if that's a complaint that we talked about it.
I don't know.
I think they're excited. And that was a pretty intense NFL breakdown, as I recall.
Jackson, are you playing audio? Is that what's going on?
Someone has to tell me when he got fired. It's not like I just...
It's fine. It's fine. It was the Billy Napier folksy.
Yes.
Going home to see what Miss Sally was cooking.
Find it. Bill Napier fired. Let's do it myself.
Fine.
I don't
It's
care.
okay. Well,
yeah, no, all good.
I thought you just were the wizard of the drops, and I just thought all I had to do was mention a topic, and then I thought just Papers had it at his disposal constantly. My bad.
I have it.
You do? Oh, wow.
I mean, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to enjoy this one tonight. That's what I'm going to do, okay? And then I'll wake up tomorrow and we'll worry about what's next. We're banged up. We need an open date. And I know our group will be excited about the next one, right? So, yeah, I'm gonna go take a deep breath, get something good to eat. All right, prop my feet up on the house, hug on them kids and Miss Sally, and then tomorrow we'll wake up and we'll think about the next one.
That is folksy. My
see
goodness.
what Miss Sally's got at the house tonight.
Oh,
He was fired hours later.
What are you going to eat? Whatever Miss Sally's got cooking. That's your new coach, James Mattis?
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Sunbelt Billy back to the Sunbelt. All right, Matt Holliday's going to join us coming up on the program.
Unless he
Here's
was
your Stiefel
listening.
dossier. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in to compete against other TMA listeners. And that is coming your way at approximately 10:45. The program is the morning after. Presented to you by Brian Krupp on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
This was recorded in 75?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You're breaking away from the theme to honor the guest.
I tried finding something in the Holiday world in 1975.
What do you think? Do you think Matt the Bat, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines on 101 ESPN, do you think this would be his preference for a play on his name? Green Day's Holiday? What do you think?
Happy Holidays, kind of more of like a Burl Ives, kind of traditional.
Yeah, Burl
It is the
Ives,
holiday
Telly
season,
T.
Tim.
So sick. So sick.
Well, we're big Burl Ives fans around here.
Here we are.
Joining us right now, and we'll get the answer, is Matt Holliday. Morning, Matt the Bat.
Morning. The Cubs organist loved to mix it up with his, every time I come up to bat in Chicago, with his different songs that he could play on his organ that included my last name. So I always found it interesting as I stepped to the plate which corny holiday song he was going to play when I came up to bat.
Wow. Did it throw you off?
Yeah.
Clip that off.
All right, you know what I'm doing? I'm looking up stats at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, Martin's
Here we go.
Martin's digging up
I'm
the
gonna do a deep
splits on
dive.
Wrigley now. Matt, maybe we're going to find out this guy was the most valuable player for the Cubs. What do we have?
It's going to take me a minute.
I'm
Got a lot of
sorry.
AI answers.
Got it.
Career batting average, 316 homer. This guy was pretty good. Now I'm seeing your career stats. I wanted to find Wrigley.
Matt, isn't it nice to call in and be told you were pretty good?
Yeah. It's good to hear from you guys. You guys still got the show going and everything?
No, we get things are really rolling along. You're doing great. Cardinal territory. You, the Cat, Lance Lynn, Kyle Gibson. You guys are blowing up. Now, do you have to wear your hats backwards to be on that territory show?
No, we have some freedom with, with what we can. We're pretty. I'm not sure that there's any rules. I don't think any of. Well, Cat maybe fear of getting fired, but the rest of us, I don't think there's much fear of.
Jackson has a real problem when major league players wear their fitted hats backwards. Am I correct, Jackson? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well,
it works for AJ.
I just generally think the backwards MLB fitted cap doesn't look great. I think a backwards snapback is a little bit more appealing to the eye.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get on board with that. I think it looks a little tight. I'm with you. Kratz's hat looks like it's squeezing his brain.
You end up looking a little bit like Turtle from Entourage when you do that move, and you know, not great.
Well, look at this alliance forming here.
Yeah.
He can't find his Wrigley split, so I had to say something.
Are you guys?
Well, that's okay.
Right,
I don't think I did great there.
I'm looking. It's just going to take me a minute here. Is Cardinal territory, though, is that a year round? Did you guys do it year round?
Yeah, we're still doing it.
Nice.
We struggle at times for content when the Cardinals are not doing a whole lot. We had a nice little pop-up Sonny Gray when the big Sonny Gray trade went down. Lance Lynn and I impromptu hopped on with the Cat.
I like that.
What'd you boys think of that? I'm curious.
Well, we talked about the guys that came back in the return, which one of them had a fun name to cover. So we talked about Dick Fitz, right?
Oh,
Is that his name?
Yeah.
We call him Richard because we're very
usually.
professional.
Yeah, we're more of a sophisticated show here.
Sorry, I thought he preferred Dick.
That was,
we played in our 50th anniversary of the show.
Rick Ankiel for a while was going by, and Brian Bartow called. I think Frank and I were doing the show, and Bartow called, not to say that Holliday was mad and calling us, but to call to say, hey, just so you know, Rick is now going by Dick Ankiel. And we had done some media exchanges with him, and I said, not a problem. He said to please start calling him. And of course, now we're great, and he's great, but
yeah,
at the time.
I always wondered why, Richard translates to Dick. I don't know where the parallel came.
Doug has a bigger problem, Matt, with Margaret translating to Peggy.
Yeah,
that really gets under his skin.
Bothered me a lot.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, she sure is. Yeah.
What about Jack and John?
Didn't know that one either.
You didn't know that?
Yeah, this show's educational.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Well, I like Richard the Dick, so
put that off as well.
Harold to Hal. I don't like that either.
So as a player, like if you're Sonny Gray, wouldn't you want to get out if the team tells you, hey, we're going to be bad, we're going to rebuild?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where you start talking about him and Nolan and Contreras. These older guys that I would like to win a championship and would like to be they're moving into the later part of their careers, and then the team essentially is saying, like, look, we're happy to move you if you want to feel like we're not quite ready to win the World Series next year or two, that we looking more probably that window in 3 or 4 years. So even though Kyle Gibson fights like heck, that the Cardinals can get in the playoffs this year, and if you get in the playoffs, that anything can happen, which is true. But I think the brass is looking at it. Again, you at this point you're collecting young talent for a window that's probably a few years away, where you have guys like Mason Wynn and J.J. Weatherholt in the prime of their career, more into the, hopefully the all-star phase of their career. And then, some of these young pitchers are a couple steps forward. And then that's when, you kind of start to look at bringing in big-time free agents to supplement your young core of players. So I'm not surprised that Sonny's first, and then I would guess probably Contreras and Nolan will end up somewhere else, depending on how some of these other dominoes fall. As far as a few of them did fall. So I think the Bregman one probably holds up Nolan a little bit, and then I think it's interesting because I guess catching is probably out the door, but I think he has established himself that he can play a pretty good first base and, certainly DH. So I don't know what the market is for him, but I would guess that both those guys end up somewhere else.
John Denton of MLB.com reported yesterday evening, Matt, that the Mets, once Alonso went to Baltimore, were curious and called the Cardinals about Contreras. So there could be a fit there because at least I would imagine, this isn't fair to say, but I would imagine the Mets aren't just going to sit by and go, okay, well, we'll see what happens in 2027. They're going to react to Diaz going to L.A. and Alonso going to Baltimore.
Yeah, I mean, you don't pay Juan Soto $750-something million to suddenly, rebuild or let guys walk out the door without replacing him. I mean, they're going to have to find somebody that's going to have to hit behind him. He already walks a ton, and the fact that Alonso's gone, the protection, his bat protection behind him, they're going to have to find, again, they could go like the Yankees did last year, where they now they turn their attention to sign him in, maybe signing 2 or 3 players instead of the big contract for Alonso. They could, turn and sign maybe Bellinger and maybe trade for Contreras and try to make the lineup a little deeper instead of maybe top heavy. They didn't make the playoffs, so maybe they're looking to change things up a little bit.
It's kind of exciting, though, that Baltimore, and I don't know if you've heard, Matt, but baseball owners don't have any money, but the Orioles, the little Orioles, were able to buck up and get Alonso. I think that's a good sign for fans of the game that think their team never has a chance.
Yeah, when they got the new owner last year, he came in, pretty talking about spending more money and really going for it, especially with a young core that was kind of coming into their prime. They had been in the playoffs 2 years in a row. A lot of their younger players are kind of, like I said, coming into their prime of their careers, and they had a nice window, and they ended up not doing much last off season, and then they had some injuries and starting pitching issues, and kind of got off to a rough start and never were able to overcome it. So this year, they go out and they get, they sign a closer and Helsley, and then they sign Alonso, and there's talk that they're in talks with Farmer Valdez, which if they're able to add a frontline starter like Farmer Valdez with Bradish coming back, and I think that they jump right back into the mix in the AL East. So I looked at their lineup. They traded for Ward, obviously hit 30 homers last year and 100 RBIs. They added 2 right-hand hitters that hit 30 and 100 last year to a lineup with a lot of good left-hand hitters. So I think they're going to be a fun team this year. And like I said, if they're able to jump in there and grab a guy like Valdez and maybe one more bullpen piece, I think they're just as good as anybody else.
Where did Jackson? I should know this, but my Sporting News subscription lapsed. But where did he hit? Did he hit top of the order most, or is he middle, late? How does this affect him?
He batted leadoff pretty much the whole back third quarter, probably 3/4 of the season. He excellent leadoff, and he played him every day at leadoff. I mean, I think he played in 140 some, maybe close to 150 some games. Majority of them batting leadoff. So he settled into that spot pretty nicely, and I think they, like I said, Gunnar Henderson. They've Jordan Westberg. If they can keep him healthy, they had some weird injuries last year in their pitching. Like I said, they're starting pitching some of those guys that. The Mortons and the guy from Japan and some of the guys didn't quite work out as well as maybe they had hoped. But I think they're in a pretty good spot to jump back into contention next year.
How do you think the Cardinals should handle Gorman and Walker? I mean, Gorman's been in the majors 4 years now. Walker 3 years. They're still not hitting. Do you just ride it out with these guys some more?
Good. That's a good question.
Doug, good question.
Thank you.
Good question.
Thanks,
Doug.
I don't know. I mean, I think at some point you got to produce, and I think that if you're not trying to win the World Series, I think you have more leeway to maybe continue to give them opportunities. But golly, I think at some point. It's a tough league. I mean, there's spots. I mean, there's people that there's great players. They're waiting for chances to get opportunities. And so, while those guys have shown flashes and obviously have high-end talent and high-end power, and it's fun to dream on what their highest potential could be, I think at some point you got to produce. And I think they certainly were going to get opportunities early in the year to show maybe the adjustments that they're making or working on. I don't know what they're doing this off season, or if how they're monitoring. If they're if there's specific changes that the Cardinals want them to make or change or try. But I think they'll get those opportunities early. But I think again. Depending on what else they do, and what some of their younger minor league players look like in spring training, I think their leash is certainly getting shorter.
What do you think the motivation is for Nolan Arenado when they come to him with an offer or a team? Is it going to be location, playing time, chance to win? And I'm sure there's a sweet spot of all three, but what do you think is highest on the list?
Well, I don't see him wanting to go anywhere and be a platoon player. I don't think he sees himself. I couldn't imagine him taking a right side of a platoon. So I think that's out as far as I think playing time is a no-brainer. I think, obviously playing in a team that has a chance to win is probably number one. And then I think location is probably third. I haven't talked to him, but this is just me guessing because as you get older and you start to get closer to the end of your career, you can live wherever you want the rest of your life. Yeah. I mean, you get that towards the end of your career, you go, okay, yeah, I can go live somewhere maybe I didn't want to live a couple of years ago. I could go live there for 6 months and make it work for a chance to win a championship. And, knowing that in a couple of years, he's obviously made enough money, he can pick where he wants to live for the rest of his life. So I would say that's probably third would be my guess.
When you watched him play last year, was there anything that stood out as to why his offensive numbers would have fallen apart so badly?
It's hard. I don't watch every at bat. I watched. I think that first of all, I think Busch Stadium is doesn't really fit power hitter. I mean, it's a tough place to hit homers, and he's never been a guy that hits them way over the fence. And so I think that sometimes guys like Nolan, in a smaller ballpark where they don't have to hit it as far, it helps their psyche. It helps their swing. They don't feel like they have to pull it only to hit a home run because having played at Busch Stadium and being a right-hand hitter, to hit a homer to right center and use even center and right center is, you got to get it. And there's no cheapies anywhere to be had at Busch Stadium. And so I think that that weighs on you. And so I think that you start to feel subconsciously like you have to, if you're going to hit a home run or do, major damage, you have to pull it. And that's, in my mind, that's not a great place to be as a hitter. Like it makes you a little bit more one side of the field, easier to pitch to. And so I that's just kind of my, having played there and maybe even dealt with that a little bit myself. I think that's something that's probably been an issue.
I think Cardinal fans who do watch every game and watch every at bat are aware of this, so it's redundant. But I think more people fall into your category and they will watch, but they're not watching intensely. And so I don't think locally, Matt, there is, I guess the right word would be appreciation for how Busch Stadium is such a difficult place to hit. I remember when the place first opened up, and you were probably with the Rockies at the time, but Edmund's talking about how the ball just doesn't fly. And for whatever reason, it doesn't. You've talked about it. And I also, there's a specific moment, I feel like it was a turning point for Arenado, and you probably were watching this because it was a playoff game. It was game one. The Cardinals were leading against the Phillies in 22, and Arenado crushed a ball to center. And he looked so frustrated when it was caught on the warning track and actually started talking about it more openly, not only after that game, but going forward. And I wonder, from a big picture standpoint, if it's something that impacts the Cardinals' ability to go out and bring free agent hitters to sign here. Is that something that factors into a decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think that nowadays, even more than ever, when we have all these ballpark factor numbers and there's real data behind. It's not just speculation of, that's kind of a tough place to hit. We actually have data and I think that most ballparks, there's a cheapie. There's somewhere you can hit a ball that you may not have got it, and you may have mishit it a little bit, but you get rewarded with a home run. And there's really just not one of those at Busch Stadium. And I think that's and like you said, there's a lot of balls in the wind, and sometimes. When you hit a high ball to the middle of the field there that you think you got, it gets caught. And I remember Albert even, when I first got traded over, and then in 2010 and 11, there was some balls that he hit to right center and even just to the right of center field that he kind of did his patented stand up on it like it was going to be a homer, and it was getting caught, and you could see the frustration And so I think all of us that have played there have experienced that feeling. But yeah, I mean, I think hitters, money talks, but I think hitters also like to have success. And if you're like, look to me like a guy like Kyle Schwarber, like he's going back to Philadelphia, and sure, the money was good, but there was other places offering similar money, but that's a great place to hit. I mean, it's a place where you can hit 55 home runs, and not all of them have to be perfectly flushed, and you don't have to hit them all. You can hit it all over the field and get rewarded. And so I think that is something that is real. And so. I don't know that I've talked to anybody that's ever said, yeah, I'm not signing in St. Louis because of the park. But I do think hitters, when they look in free agency, when they look at all their options, you're certainly excited when you think about places that are good places to hit homers.
That's Matt Holliday here. I'm on Cardinal territory with the always nervous Jim Hayes, the always potty-mouthed Lance Lynn, and the always optimistic Kyle Gibson. Is that a fair depiction of the panel?
I like that.
And I have, I'll be the organist here at Wrigley Field. We've got some stats here, Tim. Matty stats
here we go.
Here we go. Happy holidays.
Oh, it's an audio treat, Doug.
Well, this is what they would do to him to get into his head. All right, 222 career at-bats for Matt Holliday. By the way, this is a texter who found it for me. I couldn't find it. I was simply on Baseball Reference. I was instead looking at other numbers. 222 career at-bats at Wrigley Field. Matt, how many home runs do you think you hit on the north side of Chicago?
Oh, gosh. I don't know. 8 or 10?
8. Exactly. Wow. 8. 21 RBIs, 56 hits. You actually had 11 homers at Yankee Stadium 3. I know you played there, but even more robust playing at Yankee Stadium. So not bad at Wrigley Field.
Yeah, it was okay. I felt like the pitcher was standing right on top of me there for some reason. Like there's certain visuals at parks where you feel really good about it, and then there's certain places where he stands like he can reach out there and touch you with the ball. And the visual there was not my favorite. And, they went through a stretch there where they were running Samardzija and Arrieta. And there was some guys, some right-hand pitchers that I didn't love facing. So I'm not surprised it wasn't great there.
They have kind of like a weird batter's eye at Wrigley, right?
Yeah, the whole background from a hitter, and then, it's just I don't know. Like I said, some places you stand there and you feel great and you're about to do serious damage, and then there's some places where you feel like they're standing right on top of you.
Everybody must feel good with the hitter's background in Colorado except the Rockies players themselves. Was that hard for you to see that team just kind of fall apart in historic fashion?
Well, I mean, it's 3 years in a row of losing 100 games, so it didn't come as a huge surprise. Look, I mean, they obviously have their work cut out for them, but I think they've hired some smart baseball people. I think they have a plan. I think that there's, Josh Burns and Paul DePodesta, I think are smart guys, and they've, from all things that I know, have recently hired some really good pitching people, and so I think there's a plan in place. Obviously, you have to be given. Those two guys have to be given the funds from ownership to do what they put in place their plan, and I think they do have some good young prospects, but it was a dumpster fire last year, and they're it's probably still a couple years away from being a little bit more. I mean, I think it'll be more respectable next year, but I think that they're a few years away from getting. It's a tough division. I mean, when you think about, when you talk about Dodgers and Padres and Giants are spending money, and Diamondbacks have a good thing going, so they're going to have to get it together if they want to compete in that division. But yeah, it's tough to watch a team lose 120 games or whatever it was.
Well, we apologize. We didn't make it to Oklahoma. We were going to stop by on the way to the Mizzou Sooner game, even though you're all about OSU.
We didn't spend the night.
So we'll try and swing by for the holidays if we can get the gang together.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah, Yeah, come on by.
Nice. That's an invite.
There's the invite.
Yeah, we're in. Matt Holliday, kind enough to join us here on the program, giving us his perspective on a wide variety of topics. You know, I was scrolling Instagram this morning, by the way, Matt. You popped up with Dee Freeze and the cast of The Office.
Yeah.
I guess you visited the set after winning the 2011 World Series with all the ladies who were native St. Louisans on the program.
Yeah, it was fun. That was a great time. It was even looking back, like Jackson is a huge Office fan, so looking back on that was a good times.
Jenna Fisher was in town this week, if I'm not mistaken. Do you see that? I don't. She went by the Blues.
She usually calls in.
Yeah, she usually drops by the program.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
She doesn't. She never has.
God, that was quick and dismissive.
By the way, Matt is about the same age as Phillip Rivers, who's ready to play some NFL football.
Yeah, I saw that.
You could probably, swing a bat. Cards could use a little publicity. Maybe just for one, you just bring in a vet. How about this? An alumni each game. One alumni
That'd be
play.
interesting.
That would spike the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
he's in.
All right, sounds good. We're getting things done here. This is like legislation getting passed. Matt, always good to talk it over with you. Thank you so much for the time this morning, sir.
Yeah, good to hear from you guys.
Take it easy, man. That's Matt Holliday with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, I think that ballpark thing is it's getting more attention. But I remember when it first opened, guys were talking about it, and I just didn't really think anything of it. Now.
Bring in the fences.
Well, that's
moving the fences.
Got to be thinking that a little bit. You don't want to be too reactive, but maybe raise
20 seasons now, data. I sense from Jackson Burkett's body language he needs me to break. That's my read. That's my read. Is it weird? Does it sue that I don't even need you to say anything or make a gesture, and I know?
Yeah, I'm shaking in my boots.
Yeah, that was a smart ass answer. SMFer. Finger in the chest in the commercial break, Doug. Finger in the chest.
Punk.
We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Are we back on 75, Doug?
Mm-hmm. Sounds like it. Oh, Glenn Campbell. That was pop music back in that day. And now today it would clearly be country.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like country's actually more pop in 2025 because pop is, I guess rock. You follow me on that?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't think I said it really
Because I don't
well.
think anybody thought this was a country song in 75. It was like one of the top pop hits of its time.
I think if you like people playing their instruments and kind of classic rock riffs, that is more of what country is in 2025 than what pop music is in 2025. I think I said it better there. I don't know, but I feel good about the take. I don't feel good about the communication of the take. Okay.
Well, the top, Taylor Swift obviously is the top pop star right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then who would be the Mount Rushmore of top pop stars at the moment?
Jackson.
Bieber, still be up there.
Really? Is that right?
Think so.
Yeah.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Sabrina.
Doug, do you call her Sabby?
I do, yeah. I do. We're very tight.
Then I think you could pick from a litany of different people. Olivia Rodrigo is very popular. Tate McRae, who we've talked about before. She's very popular. Chappell Roan. Lit Up the Sky a year or two ago.
Okay.
Doug didn't like where you said lit up the sky.
No,
really
just trying to be more with my verbiage. You know, I couldn't be sorrier.
Tim, you're absolutely right. Some of the jerkwood from Kirkwood.
I'd agree.
More ambush talk. The bastard James Hahn says, I just took another stroll down the YouTube chat lane. No surprise, complaining about drops, beard talk, and WWE. It's neckbeard central in there. That's from the bastard James Hahn. Now, I don't know if he's talking about the TMA YouTube channel or the 101 ESPN YouTube channel. Doug, I don't get a chance to go in there as much as I would like. So Bastard James Hahn will need a follow-up there. Email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That's coming up at about 10:45. James Carlton, longtime TMA sponsor, longtime Tim McKernan Show podcast sponsor, going back to 2017. My insurance agent going back to 2019. Jamie Rivers' insurance agent going back to October 2025. And Brandon Kiley's insurance agent going back to November 2025. People are getting on board because they're finding out that James can save them a bunch of money. If somebody told, let me ask you this. If somebody told you, hey, make a phone call to 314-961-4800, and it's going to be worth $2,500 to you, do you think you'd make that phone call? I think you would. Well, what if that phone call saves you $2,500 or $5,000? That is what James Carlton can do for you. And he is on the air talking about this being the lowest auto insurance rates have been in his 18-year career. You have nothing to lose by calling 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called TMA. It's 101 ESPN. I have got a great recommendation for our audience members looking for holiday gifts or just gifts in general for their loved ones. If you have not seen the jewelry department at Decor Interiors and Jewelry, you are missing out on the most magnificent selections of diamond jewelry that St. Louis has ever seen. When Joe Fredlick and his buyers go to market, they look for the most unique pieces at affordable prices, and that is what Decor Jewelry has to offer. You can visit them online at decor-jewelry.com. That's decor-jewelry.com. They are at Olive and 141. It's Decor, and I was in there last week getting a chance to know the people at Decor, including the owner, Joe Fredlick, and his staff. Really friendly staff, and one of the key things when you're buying jewelry is you want to feel comfortable. That is what they specialize in. If you're in the market for an engagement ring, you'll find an entire room filled with beautiful engagement rings. It's Decor Jewelry at decor-jewelry.com or at Olive and 141. Decor, always unique, always affordable. Open Sundays through Christmas Eve, 11 to 5.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Predators right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
This is Jackson's tribute to 1975, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I'm podcasting, so I'm coming in late. I can confirm pizza delivery propositions. Happened to me when I was delivering years ago. Women came to the door in just their undies.
Oh.
She asked if I wanted to come in for a better tip after hearing the husband say it's up to you to the wife from inside the house. I politely declined. Blame my father because he always told me if something seems off, they are probably going to murder you.
Yeah, probably so. Bullet in the back of the head.
I also didn't have a polo shirt and Perry Ellis slacks on, so the confidence wasn't there. Doug, that's from the 314.
You believe that?
Okay.
You really believe that?
I'm very dubious.
I am too.
Anytime somebody texts or emails in an erotic story, I believe it.
I want to believe it. Don't get me wrong. I want to believe the listeners, but that just seems too convenient.
Yeah.
Not to mention that's like
I'm not buying it.
That's like a thing. That's like people would say, not me, of course, but people would say, I've seen that scene before.
I don't understand what that means.
Oh,
your
pizza.
Seen that kind of thing play out?
Well,
maybe on TV in the movies.
Well, or
real
other
life, probably not.
corners of the world. You might
what does that mean?
Why is he speaking in code?
Why are you hanging out?
Pizza man knocks. What was the line? You want a better tip, tee-hee, and then, next thing you know.
That's another corners of the world. I don't know what this boy is saying, but I have a feeling I need to explain it to my kids later tonight, and I don't like that you're putting me and my family in that position.
No, I don't want
No, but you delivered pizzas for... No, that was you, Tim, that was delivering
I delivered pizzas. You better believe in Columbia, Missouri, and I was a little dish, too.
Yeah, you sure were. Cute as a button.
I delivered pizza for one night. Immokalee, Florida.
Way to stick with it.
Yeah. I was losing money in gas. It was a long drive from Fort Myers. And I showed up and I said, I heard you're hiring pizza delivery guys. They go, yep. Didn't even take any of my information, just filled my car with about $300 worth of pizza. I could have made out like a bandit.
Huh. But you never had anything like this happen.
I wonder, I'm sorry to cut you off there, Doug, but pizza delivery before GPS, were you just given a street address and just had to figure what you have like a...
Well, they had paper maps.
Had paper maps and people knew where roads were.
I know where roads are.
They could actually identify the roads.
I know these roads.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, it'd be hard, like if you're just given a random address to know exactly where that is.
Yeah, you'd ask a lot of times to cross streets.
Okay.
And they said, that'll get you close. And then
I don't mean to throw him under the bus. He admitted it himself, but didn't Iggy get lost on the way to the studio yesterday?
They claimed, yep.
You can't be serious.
No,
you didn't listen?
Where he worked for a couple of years?
That happened.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, Iggy's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now.
He got lost on the way here.
You say he went the wrong direction on the Olive. He went west. Past 270 and then went west on the Olive.
We had a guy at Channel 4 for a while. He was a very odd person. Said he needed GPS to get home from the station every night.
Who was I there when this person was there? I need to know.
No, you were not.
Anyone who propositions a pizza boy is definitely a Wright City 3 at best. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
I would think. The whole thing happens so fast. You're sitting there, you're starving. Oh, the phone, someone's at the door. Oh, good, it's a pizza guy. Here's your money, thank you. There's not a lot of time for socializing, is there?
No. Ideally not. It should be a quick transaction.
Yeah.
Your erotic stories could win a Design Air heating and cooling email of the day today. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
I do, because they'll come to your house, too, and they'll send out maybe one of their handsome repairmen. I don't know who it could be, that heavily muscled and highly regarded Brian. Maybe you'll get him. The very helpful Anthony. They got a whole slew of them, and they do fantastic work. Seth Goldcamp has assembled a terrific group of technicians who've been around a long time now. The company itself been around since 1904. That's how good they are. Not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. You really ought to make sure that you get your furnace maintained, especially if it's a gas furnace. You want to be sure it's clean so you don't have any problems there. So even if you're not having big issues with your furnace now, you probably will if you don't get regular maintenance on it. So give Design Air a shout. Let them come out and take care of it, and you'll be in good shape. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the heat or the cold, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It is TMA on 101 ESPN. Ted Drew's, what a holiday tradition. Celebrate St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drew's frozen custard, serving the community with unmatched quality, service, and hometown pride for generations. One of the things I loved doing during the holidays growing up on the south side was heading up to Ted Drew's, picking out our Christmas tree, and then enjoying some of that signature Ted Drew's frozen custard with my family. You can choose pine and fir trees, including customer favorites like the Fraser fir and Scotch pine, all hand-selected for freshness and fullness. The Ted Drew's Christmas tree lot has lush holiday greenery and decor as well. Christmas trees and greenery are available while supplies last, so do not wait. Stop by this weekend for the best selection. Make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree and enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard and soak in the spirit of the season. Ted Drew's, where traditional holidays feel right at home. Doug, this is Jackson's tribute to 1975.
Okay. I remember all these songs.
CMA 101 ESPN. Got an update on the Sherrone Moore story just here within the last few minutes. Dan Wetzel of ESPN reporting the Washington. Did he say Washington or Washington?
I say Washington.
County Prosecutor's Office tells ESPN that no decision on charging Sherrone Moore is expected today. The former Michigan coach remains in custody.
Still in the Hooskow.
Yep. Quote, the matter involving Mr. Moore remains under active investigation by law enforcement, and as a result, we do not expect charging decisions or an arraignment today. Mr. Moore remains in custody at the Washtenaw County Jail. So that just issued from Michigan here within the last 15 minutes. The man woke up as the head coach of Michigan yesterday morning and went to bed fired with cause, losing millions of dollars.
In jail.
And in jail.
Oh, God. Well, let's be serious. He'd have bail, right? He can certainly afford to bail.
Yeah, and he was initially detained by police in Saline, Michigan on Wednesday and then turned over to authorities in the Pittsfield Township, quote, for investigation into potential charges. And they released a statement saying that the former Michigan head coach had been detained after a call they responded to at 4:10 p.m. In Ann Arbor for the purposes of investigating an alleged assault. A suspect in this case was taken into custody. This incident does not appear to be random in nature, and there appears to be no ongoing threat to the community. And that suspect is Sherrone Moore, the former head coach who then lost his job. The university had initially investigated Moore this fall after receiving a tip about a situation involving a staffer in the athletic department, but did not find credible evidence of wrongdoing, a source told ESPN. More information came forward on Wednesday. So, I mean, this all just happened in the last 24 hours. And that the source deemed it overwhelming evidence. And then that led to Sherrone Moore's immediate dismissal. Meanwhile, we have ESPN up in the studios here. Doug, there are 6 people sitting on the set, and then they brought in Josh Pate because their lead story was Kalen DeBoer and the possibility of the Alabama coach now going to take over in Ann Arbor, as he is 8 days away from the first round game in the college football playoff against the Oklahoma Sooners, in which Roll Tide is a 1.5 favorite against Boomer Sooner.
I like Martin's idea of Lane Kiffin going to Michigan. That would be hysterical.
But if Kalen DeBoer, I would imagine, because he's playing a game that counts, is going to be meeting with the media on a regular basis. And then you go to MichiganLive.com, which is a big Michigan media property, and they list DeBoer as the number 1 candidate.
Oh, my.
If you're Kalen DeBoer, especially in this situation when you're playing a game that matters in 8 days, am I off on this when I ask, you cut it off right out of the gate if there's absolutely nothing to it?
Yeah, I think you go
this is
into
a
it.
different deal than take your pick of whatever one you would want to cite. Right. Over again, Drinkwitz would obviously be the local one. By the way, Drinkwitz is listed at 5th on that list on MLive.com.
Yeah, I think you go into it knowing that question's coming and be ready. You should not be caught by surprise. You should, if you're honestly given the circumstance, you should just cut it off as soon as you hear. Heard that, none of it's true. Even if there is some truth, deal with that later. Right now, you can't mess around with your team playing a college football playoff game against a team you lost to in 8 days.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he would get out of Alabama alive if he were to take that job right now.
Well, if they were to lose to Oklahoma, then maybe it would be a mutual situation. Right. But then what that does is then it opens up the Alabama job right before the transfer portal and in the midst of the college football playoff. If you thought the Lane Kiffin circus was
Kiffin could then get that job.
Right,
he could go from LSU to Michigan to Alabama in one off season.
Season 2 of college football has been great.
Yeah.
So that is what the latest is on the Sherrone Moore, and then they've got to replace him. Biff Poggi, Doug, your guy, is going to coach against Texas. What are they playing in the Citrus Bowl? It's on New Year's Eve. And so maybe Texas has a little bit of an edge right now. But either way, that is what's going on in Michigan with Sherrone Moore.
I think if I needed a coach, I might look to see who the coordinators are under Cignetti, if anyone's been with him for a while, because they've got the formula.
Right.
And they know what they're doing there. Right. There's got to be an offensive or defensive coordinator at Indiana who's probably been with Cignetti for a while. Wouldn't you maybe want to peek at one of those guys?
Would certainly think. I think it's interesting. We've talked about this before in this program. Like, it used to be NFL coordinators would always kind of be mentioned around this or even hired because we've had a lot of coaching vacancies, and that's just not the case anymore. Like, I just feel NFL coaches, like, we're pretty content with having an off season and not coaching in college, dealing with the rabid fan bases and 24/7 recruiting. Yeah, I could see why that isn't as appealing as it once was.
You're welcome to give your thoughts by texting in, by calling in, and by emailing, because we'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up. That's coming your way. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA at 101 ESPN. TMA is sponsored by Stifel for over 135 years now. Stifel has been a trusted name in finance, headquartered right here in downtown St. Louis since 1890. So what does Stifel do? Pretty much everything money-related. Wealth management? Yes. Banking through Stifel Bank? Yep. You own a business? Well, they've got a full-service investment bank for that, too. Basically, if it involves finance, Stifel has a solution for you. With 12 offices, St. Louis region, and more than 400 nationwide, Stifel combines local experience with national reach. Unlike many firms, Stifel isn't bank-owned. They own their own bank. That independence allows them to focus on one thing, doing what's best for their clients. It's a philosophy that has made Stifel one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline says it all, where success meets success, and that's why partnering with TMA just makes sense. Stifel and TMA, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE. Doug, this is a tribute to 1975.
Okay.
Now, this song didn't come out in 1975, but it's by the band, the 1975.
Is that correct?
So I think Matt Healy's cute.
I don't know Matt Healy.
It's a great show. I went and saw these guys.
Oh, did you?
It's a lot of fun.
I saw Brett Eldridge last night at the Fox Christmas show.
How was that?
It was good.
Good.
Yeah, the place was packed.
Christmas tunes?
Yeah, all Christmas stuff.
You sing along?
Not really. Not really. I let him handle most of the vocals. Saw a lot of 101 listeners.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Were they showing love?
No, they were, telling me that I was an idiot, but they, which would indicate at least that they were listening.
Yeah, come up and just berate you.
Mm-hmm. It's TMA 101 ESPN, the program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And we welcome you to participate because we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier. This just from Yahoo Sports. After learning of Notre Dame's memorandum of understanding that grants the Irish preferential playoff access starting next year, athletic directors in other leagues are threatening to freeze Notre Dame out of future schedules. That is per Dan Wolken of Yahoo Sports. So that was something that I was wondering would happen. I was texting with some friends during Saturday as I was watching the college football playoff begin to fall apart. And I said a couple things that stand out to me. Number one, the group of five's future in the college football playoff. And number two, Notre Dame's schedule. Notre Dame, if you are going to be penalized for losing a non-conference game and Notre Dame's not in a conference, how is Notre Dame going to get to play quality teams? And then Notre Dame and Pete Bavacqua go specifically in on the ACC, but then they also announce that they have an agreement in a memorandum of understanding with the CFP that if they are ranked in the top 12, they automatically get in. And you go, well, isn't that the way that it works? And I would say, yes, it is, as long as you are in the top 11, unless you have a year like this year where one of the Power Four doesn't get in, and then you wouldn't get in, and that's why we have Tulane and James Madison in there this year. But next year, that wouldn't matter because Notre Dame somehow negotiated that deal. That was announced on Monday, and now commissioners are saying they are going to boycott playing Notre Dame if that holds up. Mm-hmm. The one thing I would say with regard to that memorandum of understanding is it's only in place if the college football playoff remains at 12 or 14 teams, and because my expectation is that will be changing in about a month and 7 days, that it will be irrelevant. In other words, if/when they go to 16 teams, which I think will be announced sometime around January 20th, that memorandum of understanding will be obsolete. But this is a peek into college football's short-term future. Texas has a 28-29 scheduled home-and-home with Notre Dame that they may look to get out of because they're sitting there going, my God, we got to deal with 9 SEC games and take on Notre Dame. And what's the upside of winning against Notre Dame? If the judgment is focused on record and you can have 11 crappy wins but only 1 loss and get in, then just let's do that. Why would we take on a quality non-conference opponent? And so I think it's going to play a role in the diminishing of the non-conference schedules, and it is going to play a role in Notre Dame having to possibly get into a conference themselves. And there was a column yesterday in Yahoo Sports that what Notre Dame's shots at the ACC are all about are actually the beginning of Notre Dame trying to get away from the ACC to join a different conference.
You got to join a conference, you Irish jackwagons.
You're not. I have to ask you to apologize and take some time away.
Okay. They're just not that special. They aren't.
Think how much worse this would be. Now, the whole situation would be different because they would get in. But if Notre Dame got in over Miami, think how much worse a possible freeze that would be. It's like you beat Notre Dame. Like, think how bad that would be.
I think almost any conference would take Notre Dame, wouldn't they?
The ACC especially.
Love to have them.
Bavacqua said the only conference commissioner he had spoken to, this was when he was on Dan Patrick's show, was Greg Sankey. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that would be
They
unbelievable.
fit right in with the Southeastern Conference culture.
That would be unbelievable.
They belong in the Big Ten. Put them in the
Designer
Big Ten.
heating and cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Jackson, what's the play for tonight? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it.
A lot of ball, a lot of hockey on tonight, and FanDuel has some great options. 100% profit boost on Thursday Night Football with the Buccaneers and Falcons tonight, and a 50% profit boost with the Blues and Predators games. So right there, if you're looking to maybe play any of those games, they're helping you out with FanDuel.
What's your play?
I
know that stuff.
I like the over in the play. Over in the first half of the Falcons and Tampa Bay.
There it is.
Yeah.
Over in the first half, the Falcons, Buccaneers. There's Jackson Burkett. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Applies. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues hockey tonight, taking on the Predators. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, it's up to you. I mean, do you want it or not?
Well, sort of, I guess.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
All right, yeah, let's do that.
Email of the day. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And somebody's going to win a $10,000 HVAC system when we start the competition on January 5th, courtesy of the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling. I think I nailed it. Get some stamps and send me some tickets to Mini Kiss. That's from Dan Beal.
Dan Beal.
What does it mean?
He had a prior email. If you scroll down,
he's replying to himself.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh, there was a previous interview. Cloaked. Previous email, I should say. Cloaked. Matt Holliday interview bingo card. I'm not sure. It's hard to judge young talent. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question. Obviously, they're trying to win. Well, that's the question. I don't know. Lots of decisions to be made. Thanks, Dan Beal. Doesn't sound like he enjoys the Holliday interviews.
Okay. 2 emails. It's very prolific.
Happy Thursday, lads. As a former pizza delivery boy, I can assure you that people were not offering sexual favors as tips. In a pre-GPS delivery era, we used the street map books you could purchase at your local gas station, right next to the newspapers. Today's pizza delivery people are soft with their GPS prepay and tip. Leave on the porch. It disgusts me to the point that I can only order carryout. If the listeners want to start a border war with the 636, we will barricade all the bridges heading west in a similar fashion to Dark Knight Rises. I'm atop the Heart of St. Charles Banquet Center as I scribe this email and gather my rotten eggs. Good luck beating the cold this weekend. I'm going to stay warm and elevate with Dr. Tyler. Cheers. That's from my cousin Vinny.
Okay.
Dr. Tyler, Doug, mobility expert.
My cousin Vinny. Dr. Tyler, Doug, mobility expert.
I left my sweatpants in Jupiter, Florida to the tune of Cisco. I left my sweatpants in Jupiter, Florida. They were Lulu's, right?
Yeah, big time.
How could you do that? You leave them in the washing machine?
The dresser was like, the inside was black, and these were black sweatpants, and I couldn't see.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I have partial colorblind. It's my plight. I guess you don't care.
You can't even see pants in the drawer?
There's no
If they match the color of the drawer, you can't see pants?
Call them back to me. The palms are swaying while I'm still paying for leggings left in an Airbnb. Oh, Lululemon, you sold me mindful living. $200 for pants that breathe. I left my sweatpants in Jupiter, Florida, and now my yoga games in jeans. Until next time, that's from the TMA Troubadour, purveyor of gently used Ed Hardy shirts, the only brand that makes you look like you lost a fist fight to a sticker book.
Oh. TMA Troubadour. Could you do yoga in jeans?
Wouldn't be great. Pretty constrictive.
That'd be a tough putt.
Constrictive fabric.
Be a tough putt. Yeah. Emailed in late. Probably won't get read. Life keeps punching. That's from Midge.
Midge. He's playing the victim card here. Emailed in late, and life keeps punching. Give me a break, Midge.
Clip that off. Hello, gentlemen.
Nice.
Nantucket, Memorial Day weekend, 2013. Becca Vacuum Nose Smith graduation party. Grants Becca a major in communications and a minor in bottle service at Penn State. Lands you as a job as a part-time realtor and full-time Botox mom in the 314. I wasn't high on Becca, but we still ripped bag.
Jesus.
And probably violated every zoning law on the island. It was like we owned that wharf that weekend. It felt bigger than just another Saturday in ACK. Doug, what does ACK stand for?
ACK.
I'm going to rely on Jackson for that
American Club Kennel.
I have no idea.
I remember it like it was gospel. Any hoodles, any of you boys heading to Napoli this weekend and take a picture in front of the prominent winter holiday tree. See you there. Have a great week. There's a picture of the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom with Han.
Oh, okay.
ACK is the code for Nantucket Memorial Airport.
Wow. Big miss on my part.
Have you flown in and out of there multiple times?
I'll always Teterboro.
Yeah, your Teterboro point? That's a long
That's why
drive.
you get the helicopter.
Oh, you copter up to Nantucket?
Gotta spin the bird.
Gotta spin
Don't
the
say
bird.
spin the bird.
Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and
Okay.
Cooling email today. What you got?
Well, I'm going to go with the TMA Troubadour. I like this little song.
I'm worried we might lose Midge if we don't go with them, but I'm going to go self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom.
Really good batch today. I'm with Doug. I'm on the Troubadour.
Well, it doesn't matter because the self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. I mean, you sent in a picture with Han. How am I not going to vote for that?
Well, the rest of us can't see Han.
In more ways than
Life
one.
keeps punching.
That was Midge. You voted for the TMA Troubadour.
Right. But not being able to see Han made me the victim.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Time for us to shut it down. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.